Test 1, 2, 3. Hello ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is OctoMan and this is day 2 of the Game Jam with the theme every year again. So I am together working with one of my one new designer, a girl 21 years old, and she's going to do a pretty great job so far. And today we need to finalize the project as much as possible, so we don't have much time. Probably you hear my voice is a bit, let's say, tired, because the last night was the last work time was pretty long, almost 10 hours. We were working straight. She was doing a great job so far. So today we need to get the complete system up and running. That means everything has to be completed. We are as much as possible, so at Sunday we don't have to do too much actually, which means we try to get the specials on Sunday. Then we need to build the game so it is really ready to flush out. We can upload it into into any website, like into itch or GameJolt or anything else, wherever we can upload stuff free. Probably somebody's going to test it or not. Maybe you guys want to test, or you girls want to test that out. But for the moment we are not really done yet, of course, because everything is still in the prototyping stage. I still need some things from her to be done, so all the animations and stuff is needed, and probably we need to do the animations on Sunday. So for the moment we are quite far already, but not as much as we probably wanted to be. So what is the game about? I'm gonna give a quick a quick overview over here. So we are creating some kind of a bakery game. We're gonna get some clients which are going to come into this into the place, and there are like 5 different waiting orders. There's still a drawdown in speed over here. I'm not quite sure why that is going to happen, but once one of them clients is going to be in front of the, let's say, seller or merchant, or you can name it whatever you please and like, we're gonna get a little button over here to take an order, and this order is going to become here in this little chat bubble. So this chat bubble only changes if I take a new order, and usually this client would just go home because his order is not completely correct. So where am I at the moment is I can do now this input of this order already. So I can select this one, then I can select this one, and 2 times this one, like just using buttons, and now I can ring the bell. Once I do that, I get a notification inside the console which says, hey, that is a perfect order, absolutely good. So the order literally would have been completed, and I can send this guy from here and bring him back home, so bring him out of the actual way. And so the next one, I can take the next order, or if I once again take the next order, this one here gives us a bad reputation or whatever, or a bad score, then leaves the room as well. And probably if a day, when this is something we haven't done yet, once a day is over, all the other clients in the waiting part here are going to leave the room as well. So we probably put a timer in here in which just at the very beginning we get less clients, so we don't lose as much, as much points. And once all the clients are happy, and so on and so forth, the day is over, then we're gonna maybe take the last ones, and then we are good to go. Each of them clients now need some timers. So first one, this guy who took or made the order needs a timer. So the timer means it needs to go in a circle or something. I don't know where. We don't know yet, but we will see in a moment, I bet, or probably in 1 or 2 hours when this could be done in the end. And after this timer is done, we're gonna send these people home. So every NPC on its own needs its own timer. So this is something we need to do here. Secondly, it is important that all the other ones in the waiting phase here, in the waiting, on these waiting spots, do get timers as well. So every time they not move, or meanwhile they don't move literally, we can start a timer. Maybe also in some kind of a cake or something. So once the cake is eaten, literally, well, they're gonna leave the room, and because they didn't got the chance to take or bring the order. Something like that. So same for this guy. He gets some cake or something like that. I don't know, in a circular fashion, I would say. And once that is done or eaten up or something like that, then well, good, you are good to go. And maybe we need to create some little throw away button, but probably it's not necessary over here. So the next thing what I want to do is I want to make sure that I can visualize the cake pieces here and put them into the bowl, as well as put all the toppings on it. So I'm able to put the toppings like on top of each other. And when the cake is literally done and we say it is done, like ring the bell, then it needs to get consumed or just taken away. So maybe the client takes a look and then gives us his score or money or whatever, and then leaves the room. So this is what I have to do today, at least, but I need to make way more than that. So first off, I need to get the complete concept up and running, so everything works in a full fashion, and then I go into the day cycle. Like a day starts at this time, ends at another time, and so on and so forth. And this is what I'm going to do today. So this might take me quite some time over here. I need to concentrate a lot today, and I want to make sure that at the end of the day I have a good visual scenario. So she is going to concentrate on the characters, and she needs to create the backgrounds and all the other good stuff, which we currently don't have yet. And tomorrow we need to do the rest, like all the little bits which rounds, or which should hopefully round up all the actual things. She knows what she has to do, and I know what I have to do, and we try to fiddle that out together anyhow. And yeah, that is literally everything what I need to plan, what I need to do today. Since we are just two people, we are quite well, we cannot do much, at least at the moment. Okay, so let's go with the challenge for today. So today I need to stack up all the cookie pieces and all the ingredients one after another. We need to take away, we need to move the clients away over, let's say, waypoint scenario. So moving up and moving out of the line, literally, something like that. Everything else literally works. So we just need, well, just in quotes, we need to put this stuff together. So today I might not talk as much. Maybe you just can see things. Maybe because I don't have too much time to explain what I'm doing. So in a total manner, I might be quite often quiet, but because, well, I really need to concentrate to get all the systems up and running. But still, feel free to ask any questions in the chat. I'm gonna answer them once I find the time to do so. Until then, I wanna see how far we can come and how fast she is going to be able to perform all the paintings and stuff. And yeah, we'll see. If you want to subscribe, if you want to help this channel out, feel free to sum this live streams up, as well as give me some feedback, like if you need to or want to, and comment down below in the comment section, or just leave some message in the chat. Just say hello, and tell me what you think. Yeah, so let's get started, and if you want to donate, feel free to do so as well by using PayPal. The links are somewhere on my channel, so feel free to use them as well. Until then, have a good one, and once again, just say hello, and if you would like to, and I'm happy to answer questions meanwhile. So I'm gonna mute myself, literally, and we're gonna talk later. There was one thing yesterday which I just noticed whenever we compare tokens or, well, compare ingredients, like if these numbers are not really matching each other, this input ingredient number might be too small. Like, for example, you forgot to put something on top of it or so, and you try, and we are looping through the order of ingredient number list, we're gonna have an issue, or could have an issue, that we have not enough items in the list, which could end up in an argument out of range exception, because, well, there's nothing to go into. In that case, I just need to create some kind of a placeholder item, or a placeholder like an empty something, just to make sure that I fulfill this input order or input ingredient number over here. So if we click on the bell, I need to test first if this one is at least the same size as the order ingredient number. So I need to fill up and see how much are there inside, and in this case have to add two more, like when there are two missing, I need to add two more items, or maybe three, just in case, to at least fit them numbers, to be input ingredient number be the same amount as order ingredient number, which you can just simply by using simple mathematics. So this is something I need to do today here as well. Protect the ingredient number if it's too low amount. And the only way to do this, once again, is to first off compare them. In this case, if the input number or input ingredient number is smaller than the order ingredient number. If that is the case, we need to loop through or see how high is the difference. So we can say we take an int, order ingredient int difference is equal to order ingredient number minus input ingredient number. That's the difference. And the difference is now the amount, how often we need to loop through and add literally empty scriptable objects of type str ingredient. So we can say for int I equals 0, while I is smaller than difference. We are starting to count at 0, that's why it needs to be smaller than difference. We're gonna say we add empty ingredients into the ingredients slot list. Well, that's what I think should be the correct one. No, it's not here. It's not this one. We need to put this into the input order of the recipe. And since we create the recipe beforehand, like we do this once we take an order, we create an empty recipe somewhere. When do we do this? Let's see. We take an order, set active, current order, get current recipe. We had to do this somewhere before. Recipe list, nope. Ingredient slot list. I put it in somewhere yesterday to make sure we get it, or we have it already. There we go. So once we filled up the bubble, we are creating a new input order, a new scriptable object instance of type str recipe. So we need to do the same thing literally by looping through the necessary files. So this one here is the one where we need to put it into the correct list of this input order. So for each time we need to loop through, because we know there is a difference, we need to say input order dot in ingredient list temp.add, and now we need to add some placeholder object. And in here we can just say we create a new SCR ingredient. Gonna name this one temp ingredient. Not really needed any real name here. And we just need to create a new instance of scriptable object. So we say scriptable object dot create instance. Now we need to tell the type SCR underscore ingredient. Open close parentheses, close the line with a semicolon. And now we can add temp ingredient here. So we have at least the same, or yeah, the same amount of number. Now we have an issue. This thing here, this request, like if them numbers are not matching, this is literally wrong at this point. So we need to store these two numbers. Oh no, we don't. Everything is cool. This does not change anything or does not measure anything. So if there's a difference, it still tells us that we got no perfect order, because I don't change input ingredient number at this point. So I just check against that, and here I just fill up and protect. We're gonna protect the order here. This is good, or this is the perfect order thing, and here we just do comparison and return whatever result we need or we have, like whichever item we just got over there. Okay, so far so good. So what we could do is a maximum score on a item could be correlate with anything. Like for example, it's harder to make a 10-line selection, or like 20 or 15 or whatever the size of the actual recipe is. We might need to go and calculate the score based on the amount of things we need to put in. But we only have a small amount of time to put all that things in. So we need to hurry. So we need to figure out, okay, where is what is how, and probably per each round we're gonna mix the buttons. That would be another interesting piece. So if there's another round, I can confuse the players. Probably they remembered something, but then we say, okay, we switch some buttons here and there, so it might be a bit more challenging to fiddle around, okay, where is this icon now? Oh, it's somewhere else now. To have a bit of a twist, literally. But the twist is not about that. The twist is literally about something else. Okay, so now I protected the ingredient number here. Now whenever I put in some ingredient, I'm gonna take any ingredient, I need to instantiate the ingredient on top of the bowl. So the order system needs to take the item and needs to instantiate this on top of the bowl, so we have a visual representation of the actual cookie. So for that we have a bunch of options. But before I start to work on that, I'm gonna grab a quick coffee and then I'm back and see how I can do this. Okay, so let's take a look into how we can visualize the actual ingredients or the actual cookie. There are some things we need to take in consideration. Well, first off is hierarchy. So the hierarchy dependency, literally. I may stumble upon some issues later on when it comes to the canvas system. Probably I should switch that rather soon and test it out at the first place. But that comes only with the animation piece whenever I take the character or the characters, which are currently just images literally, and just when I try to animate them and use the bones and stuff like that, probably it does not work being or sitting on an image. So like doing animation of this and that only if we are moving and stuff like that. Well, this is something I'm gonna have to take a look into today as well. But we'll see. So first off, I need to visualize the cookie. So literally by input. Visualize by input. When I click something, I need to place. What do I need to place? The best thing would be if I would have some kind of a object which is going to be the first object, the first ingredient should be the base, and everything else should be literally child of the base, so I can stack, not just stack them over or on top of each other, but also I have a cookie which is going to be delete, or we can delete it rather easy because it's just one object and everything is just child of that one specific object literally. So this is the idea over here. So I can create just an empty game object as a placeholder, or just take the first ingredient, which I probably never know if it is existent or not. Or if I press a button, that it is counted automatically. So when the list of ingredients we're gonna put on is higher than 0, then I know I have a base. I'm gonna take the first element in this list. But the downside is it's not an object, it's a recipe. Like it is our input order. So based on this input order, I need to create a cookie object, which I can simply get rid of once done. So we need a game object for this as a placeholder. So we can say game object created cookie, something like that. Then we need to instantiate it so it is existent in the scene. And then based on this, we can calculate distances, as well as we should be able to calculate positioning and stuff like that. It should also be possible to put this directly on top of the bowl, because the bowl has a world space coordinate as well. We could also try to hierarchy wise make this child of the bowl if needed. So visualize cookie. How do we visualize that? I guess that needs to be written like this. How do we visualize that? Well, we need to know which sprite to put on top of the current existing cookie, if there is one already. So, and it doesn't matter in which order we're gonna put them, but the score would be horrible. But yeah, we can stack them up to each other. We could even, on specific ingredients, we could also do some little, let's say, shifting, like a rotation over y-axis. But only slide a bit. So something like a negative 0.5 or something, and a positive 0.5. So it looks like they're like literally randomly sprayed out, or put it on top. So I need to know, whenever I take the order, I know the ingredient, I know the sprite. So every time I do this, I need to create an object with the sprite, or with an image component, and with the sprite on top of it. Gonna be back in a second. Okay, so now I try to fiddle out the visualization for the cookie. So first off, I know the ingredient which is coming in by taking the ingredient input, which means that when this comes in, I know the sprite of the ingredient. What I need to do is every time there's something coming in, I need to put it on a stack. And based on the amount of that, I need to anyhow make them in some kind of a stacked order. Let's see if I can visualize the idea behind this. So if I got the bowl on the bottom and I have item 1, or let's say I have multiple items, then the first item, which probably is the cookie base, of course, gonna put this on the floor, on the ground, which is element 0 in my array or list. Well, an array is bad, but a list is better because it's dynamic. So now the next item should be an X amount, which is element 1, should be an X amount with a difference from here to here, so it looks like they are stacked up over each other. And so I do with element 2, with element 3, and so on, and then maybe there comes another cookie base at element, what is it, 4? Over here. So I have like a staked or stacked up cookie in this particular case. And this item here, the first item, or as a placeholder item, is the one which is holding the complete cookie. So in the end, I can take the complete cookie and get rid of it because it's not necessary anymore. So I can take the complete one. I just need to make sure that all these sub items are going to be child of this parent game object, the empty game object. And the list, basically, the ingredient list or the object list is going to be like that. And probably I don't even need any information about this because the recipe knows about the list of the items to do the comparison. And the final step is getting the score based on that. So this is just a visual representation. So I just need to understand or need to make a placeholder item or something like that which represents all the sprites or image objects, and it's literally just an empty object or with just one image on top of it, but it needs to be literally a prefab to instantiate. And then I need to fiddle out the offset in between these ingredients over here to be stacked up correctly at the correct manner. So it could be something like this and that pixel amount, like in between this position and this position, and between all the other positions as well. So it looks like a hamburger, literally, or something similar. So it always needs to stack up on top of each other, and I can later on once again think about if I want to rotate these things around its y-axis, for example, to literally just have a small offset over there. So to do so, I need a placeholder for the ingredient, just for the object visualization. So it's going to be a public game object then, which is going to be my, let's say, ingredient prefab. Probably that's a bad name. Maybe it could confuse me later on. So I can always go and put some commands behind it. In this case, this object here is for visuals only, at least for the moment. And the created cookie is going to be the base. I just make an empty one on the fly. And I only do this if there is no cookie at the time being. I just later on need to, whenever a client has not been fulfilled his order, or we haven't fulfilled the order of the client, that we get rid of the created cookie as well. So no matter what is on top of it. So let me create an object, which is once again just an image, to be my ingredient, which is stackable, and then I can take a look on how that could work. So I select my canvas, UI image, and this image just gets a cookie base and has to be preserved aspect ratio. Gonna position this one on the bowl. This may or may not be the correct position over here. But this is literally my ingredient prefab. And I need to go into the ingredient prefab and I need to put this in here. I'm gonna do this I change the image to a non-existing image afterwards or meanwhile. Let's assume I'm gonna do this, so I just put it in here, so I have it set up, and I can change the graphic about it in a moment. So if I would now create another one and make this child of this one and move this bottom one a bit up, we're gonna see that they look like they're stacked above each other. So the higher I can stack them, even if they are child of each other, the bottom one is the top one, and the bottom one is the top one, and the top one is the bottom one. So every time I now put another one on top, I'm gonna see that they are literally stackable on top of each other. The only thing is, which I don't know yet, is the size. So I could say, okay, a width of 100 or 150 by 150 is not a good number over here, so I may go into the ingredient prefab and take a look. If I put a 150 here, if that does change anything. But it doesn't seem to affect this prefab. So I'm gonna take a new prefab in here. Now we got the correct one. Oh, this looks pretty huge now, which is pretty interesting so far. So I can scale up and down if I want to. So now I need to know the offset. Like if I put another cookie, if I put a more speckles and stuff and chips and so on top of it, that they are stacking above each other. So, and I need to have a connection or at least a position later on of the bowl. The bowl is somewhere. There's the bowl. It's somewhere on top of the desk. Maybe I can take the bowl outside of the desk, but it doesn't matter actually. I just need to have a connection later on where this one is going to be at. So I guess that looks pretty cool so far. So I'm gonna take the ingredient prefab as is. It has aspect ratio, and now what I can do is directly in the prefab slot, I can get rid of the source image in here literally from the sprite. When I now later on, since I created the prefab already, when I can literally just instantiate this ingredient prefab after the visualization tells me, like not when I take the order, but when I spawn in or put in or take an ingredient over here, I can tell the visualized cookie over there first off to check if there is a cookie already. So that's what I start with. If what is it called? If created cookie is not equal to null. Or actually, if it is equal to null, so there's no created cookie yet, we want to create a new cookie. We're gonna set created cookie is equal to new game object. So we create a new empty game object, nothing else, just that. What we now can do is we can position that where the bowl is. So we say something like created cookie dot transform dot position is equal to well, wherever the bowl is. So the order system needs to know where the bowl is. Public game object, not really necessarily have to be the bowl object, but we can also use the transform bowl object. So we know everything. We know the position and we know the rotation, all the other good stuff. So what we now can say is, okay, we want to put this onto the bowls bowl object dot transform dot position. Again, if we want to save a step, we can say a bowl object which is of type transform and put this onto position. That could work here as well. So we just get around one step over here because it's probably already of type transform. So now we have a new created cookie, and if that if we don't have, or if we have a cookie already, then we don't create a new one, of course. But now we should create an empty game object just when we take an ingredient. But we only get this, or only when we are coming here into this place. So like we take the input order, and then here we just need to say, okay, we want to visualize the cookie at this point whenever we take the order. Or in this case, not the order, but the ingredient. So far, so good. Now what we need is the sprite to pass in. So we need the sprite from the ingredient to put in to the actual ingredient prefab we want to create later on, to change the image or the sprite of the actual ingredient. So we can say something like ingredient sprite, or just sprite. So visualize cookie now needs to know what sprite it should take. In this case, we can just say ingredient dot icon. So the icon is the visual representation of that, which is good. Here has no semicolon to be. So now we put in the icon from the incoming ingredient into visualize cookie and then we create a cookie base if needed, because there's probably none at this point in time. So it's not null, it's not empty. We later on need to nullify that whenever we ring the bell. After everything has been done over here, we can just say created cookie. Actually, what we can say is destroy created cookie. Destroy. Can type today. Destroy created cookie. So that would just empty the complete object, and we literally, it should be a missing object, so probably we need to say created cookie is equal to null, just in case. So we don't pass in a new object, we just empty it out, so it's not missing, but it is null. If that does not, probably this is not needed, but we'll see once we are at this point. Literally both is the same, but one is saying it's a missing object, the other one is saying it's null. Because there's really nothing inside and nothing is missing in this particular case. But we'll see when we ring the first bell and try to take the next order. Okay, so now let's add the actual ingredients. So every time we do something, we're gonna call the visualize cookie. We need to make sure that we first off instantiate a new object, the prefab, the ingredient prefab. And we need to make it parent of created cookie transform. Parent created cookie dot transform. And what we also want to do is we want to say false here, so it's taken not the world space scale, but the local space scale, I guess. Or something like that. We don't need to touch, we need to touch the actual ingredient prefab. So we need to put it into a game object first. Game object, new ing is equal to that. Now we need to say new ing dot get component, and we need to get the image component on top of it. Image, open close parentheses. Now we want to talk to the sprite into it and pass in the sprite we just get from the visualization. So we say is equal to sprite. To not confuse ourselves, we can always put some extra special naming, or we just put an underscore in front of it if you want, or you don't have to. Now we should be able to visualize that. And now we want to put an offset. So depending on what is the current, let's say, number in it, we might want to lift it up by the current ingredient number in the recipe, or we may go and count up some kind of a number. So every time we are ringing the bell, we need to, of course, count this one to be 0 again. So I'm gonna put an int here. I can name this ingredient amount is equal to, we start with 0, absolutely. So once the ingredient number is actually 0, we know we are at the bottom. And if it is 1, we need to take or increase the ingredient number by taking ingredient. So every time we press on the take ingredient number, we need to see what the current ingredient number is, or in this case we need to update this. Except the well, basically we need to do this here in the visualize cookie. If there's no cookie, then we can also reset. We can say ingredient amount is equal to 0. And then we can instantiate the first item, which is okay. In a second iteration, now the question is, how do we increase ingredient amount now? Because if it is 0 already, we need to make sure that we have a cookie base in the first item, which is 0 at this point. So we need to multiply our offset, whichever the offset is going to be later on the y-axis to lift it upwards by an X amount of offset. So basically we take ingredient amount, multiply this by offset, so they are automatically lifting up on their own. And put them and stack them like a hamburger, like one above the other. Maybe I'm gonna put just a protector here, just a boolean, a randomized boolean. I'm gonna name this new cookie, or is new cookie. Gonna set this one to be equal to false, and I'm gonna pass is new cookie here in to be is equal to true, and only if that is a new cookie we're gonna increment that. So we can say if is new cookie, if that is, well, actually if that is not a new cookie, we're gonna say ingredient amount plus plus, so we increase it by 1. And now we can define over here the offset. So the offset can be, once again, any number in pixels, I guess. Not quite sure how much pixels we need, depending on probably what the size of the screen is. So we need to take a look into this in a moment as well. So what could be a good offset? I don't know. But we can put a float here, and let's say just offset y. It's a y-axis, so we need to increase or decrease offset y is equal to, let's say, 0.5 f. And it's yellow because we are not using it yet, so we now need to tell the image, the new image object, new image, but we need to do this, or new ingredient, the new ingredient on transform dot position dot y, and we need to lift it up on y. So since transform dot position takes only full vectors as input, we cannot talk to a single axis. We're gonna have to pass in a new vector, new vector 3, and put in our calculation. So x stays 0, we don't add to something, and we need to say plus equal, of course. Then we have the y-axis, which should lift our item up. So it's like ingredient amount times our offset y on y, and then the z value is going to stay 0 as well. So we don't add on top of that. So the higher ingredient amount is, the higher the offset should be. So this times that. If that is 0, literally it would return 0 as well. So in that case, even if that is 0, then it shouldn't do anything. So it stays 0. But only if it is a new cookie, of course. Let's save. And let's see if we can create that visual representation of them and see how high they get stacked whenever we click a bunch of buttons over here. But first off, the order manager needs to know the bowl and the ingredient prefab. So I'm going to take ingredient prefab, put it here. Oh, that's funny. I do have 2 ingredient prefabs now. Why is that? This should be called bowl prefab or bowl object. But I now have 2 ingredient prefabs. Oh, I have one here, I have one here. This is for visuals only. Bowl ingredient prefab. Gonna need to change that. The other one is the other one. I need to so we need to take bowl ingredient prefab over here. Looks better. The ingredient prefab is actually the ingredient slot prefab, so I rename this one as well. Ingredient slot prefab, copy, and paste it in. Oh, that was wrong. Copy and paste. Awesome. Save. So I don't confuse myself, because this is sometimes happening when naming convention is not. So we need the slot prefab, we need the bowl prefab. Then we have the bowl object. The bowl object is our current bowl over here. Like so. Let's try that out. We can only try this out when there is an order. Otherwise I cannot put that button because it tells me, hey, there's no order in place. So I cannot take any of that. Once again, the slowdowns, I have no idea why they are that slow. 6 batches, which is absolutely phenomenal for the moment, because we just have one set pass call. Where's the FPS? Over here we have a 360 FPS, so I don't know why these are so slow. So now I can click on here. Where's this guy going? Nothing is happening. There's our new game object and all the object clones. Let's see, where's the location of this object? I'm gonna go out of maximize on play so I can hopefully see where the object is, or might be. Okay, so it puts it somewhere here. So this new game object does not have any name. Hi, Change Bunny, thanks all for tuning in again. So this game object, it needs to be part of the canvas, otherwise we don't see it. There we go. So we need to put it, well, probably the best thing is to put it on top of the bowl, like a being child object of the bowl, which I thought I did. No, I didn't. So whenever we create a new cookie and because there's none here at the moment. we create this new game object. We haven't put it any game. Yes, programming. Gonna be some much headaches today. Yesterday I had quite some issues with some bug, which was like giving me a bunch of issues because I could take a bunch of orders at the same time, and then everything was confusing itself because the measurement was quite strange, and I had to protect the orders. Like I can only take an order when there's somebody leaving a specific option or this order place. I had to disable literally everything and protect it with a boolean. So this is the simplest way to protect something from not being performed. So if created cookie is null, then we're gonna go and create a new one, set the ingredient amount to that, and put the transform position to the bowl, but we don't parent it. I guess this is the thing. So we can say created cookie dot set parent should be the correct one. Nope, it is of type transform. So transform dot set parent. There we go. And now we take P, which is whichever transform we are after. In this case, it's the bowl object dot transform. So we want to make sure that we put this at the bowl object, on top of it, or actually at the bottom, literally, and then it should order itself automatically above the second bowl thing. So later on I don't have the second object there, it's just a single object, because I need to wait for my designer to put the graphics into it. Let's see if that makes more sense and works better. So now we can see it's going to run faster, no idea why. I'm gonna disable stats. So they are going in row. And now we should be able to put something here. Oh, it does not put it directly over there. Do I need to set that one to be true? At least it puts it on top of the bowl, but it does not put it on XYZ like so. Like this object here is anywhere. The fun part is this one has a weird scale. It should be scale 111. And this prefab here should be position 00 here as well, to be at the correct spot. That's interesting. So the scale is because the bowl... No, the bowl does not have any weird scaling. That's funny. So maybe we do opposite. First we're gonna make it a transform parent, and then we position this one directly on the bowl. Does it make sense? I don't know. Maybe I need to say true instead of false. Oh, it doesn't have this scenario, but it does it here, so we say true. Maybe. Whenever we create the new prefabs. We'll see in a moment. Okay, so let's take an order and let's put some ingredient. Oh, that's offsetted as well. So the game object is in place now. But this ingredient prefab here, well, scale is literally 111. but the positioning is absolutely wrong. Which means create a cookie to transform. We need to zero this one out. Maybe this one here does make a pretty weird thing. I would say this one here has to be false, I guess. Gonna try again. I want to see the scale. Because the main object might not have hit correctly over here. Let's see. Maybe I need to reset the scale. So I can't put any order. Need to wait until the first guy is coming and popping up. So we take the order. Gonna put my item. Actually, it's closer. And the scale, the scale of the game object over here is actually, this is the first thing. This is absolutely wrong. So we need to reset the scale of the main object. So what we can do is, basically it shouldn't matter when and where we do this. The created cookie transform the position. This works, but we need to rescale created cookie. So created cookie dot transform dot scale should be local scale is equal to new vector 3. Wait, isn't there an option to be false here as well? Let's take a look. Gonna wait until my order can be placed again. Taking an order. There we go. So size is okay. Just the position of the sub-object is not 1%. It has a slight offset. So what I need to do now is I need to reposition. First off, I want to make sure that I get rid of this. Just to see if that is probably the issue over there. Because once again, x and z values are literally 0, but y value might not. Once that is done, I can go forward and see how the offset works. I mean it does, but probably, but beforehand we need to, or I need to reposition this one to be vector 3.0 before I do anything else. So vector 3.0 is basically vector 3, 0, 0, 0 and XYZ coordinates. So it should pop directly in the center of our cookie base, or the actual empty game object we create beforehand. Why there is an offset, I have no idea, but it's good that we just stumble upon it right now and not later when we are literally done. Then we're gonna go and try to fix bugs. Also, I don't know how good or bad the amount of offset could be. Take order. Boop. And this is funny because, well, we want to make it so that it is like a part of the cookie base. So transform the position should be equal, not to vector 3.0 because this is world space coordinates. We need to make it so that it is created cookie.transform the position. Oh, and that could be the actual issue there. Let's try. I just don't know why it is not done automatically by parenting it. Maybe the ingredient prefab. Ah, the ingredient prefab has an offset. Look at this. This is the actual, the actual offset done by the cookie base or the ingredient prefab. So we don't need to do this right now. That was the issue. There was a negative something already inside the prefab which got taken. Otherwise we would have to override it, so we can just put it in here as being a 0, and then we should be good to go. And then we can lift it up. Hopefully. Take an order. I need to protect the buttons so they are only pressable. Yeah, we got the cookie onto the bowl. Gonna put another one. At least I try. I can do a bunch now, and as you can see, they are literally stacking on top of each other. But the offset seems to be, well, not huge enough. Pretty cool. So let me take, I don't know, a 5. Just for the sake of testing, right? I also make a screenshot of that in a moment. Once again, once I don't have, until I don't have any order, I want to make sure that all these buttons here are not selectable, so we don't get any issues, or at least until there is no order taken, so we don't get any null reference exception. So we can put all the ingredients now on top. Gonna put some sausage and some whatever. Looks a bit strange, so this offset is a bit too huge probably. Maybe per item I need to stack them up a bit different. I don't know what the highest height could be here. But maybe per item the offset needs to be a bit different. Like, because it is something small or thin, I might take an offset directly from the ingredient itself. So a cookie base above another item literally has to have maybe a different offset added on top. But no idea if that makes any difference. Okay, let me test if I can take a new order when I ring the bell. I should delete this new game object and take a new order and should put another stuff on top of each other. Let's see how that works and looks. Gonna take the first order over here. Gonna create some cookie with something like that. Yeah, the offset is still too high, which is okay. We can fiddle that out. So this is now my cookie, and if I ring the bell, it's gonna get eaten. It says, hey, it's a perfect order because, well, it was hitting that one, and it deleted or consumed the object. And if I now take a new order, which is this one, I'm gonna be able, or should be able to, put the next cookie together, like so. Yeah, on some issues, or on some scenarios, it looks good, on some it doesn't. So now we have another cookie order done. We can now ring the bell and it gets consumed and says, hey, perfect order, pretty good. So this runs and works, and I can, deliver the cookie so far. So next is just, okay, fiddle out the correct offset. When I go maximize on play, it should be now a different offset because the pixel size and full screen is different. Let's try that out. it's slower. Gonna have to wait until somebody is coming up here. Gonna take the order, and now I can build the cookie. Boop, boop, boop. So that looks way better. So the offset here in the full screen is pretty much fine. I can ring the bell. Perfect order. I can take a new order. Gonna do this, that, this, that, and this. And now we can ring the bell, and we can consume it and take another order. Pretty cool. So the offset of 5 seems to be rather okay-ish. I mean, in full screen. If that is another screen size, it might not be correct. I don't know. But that looks, so far, it looks pretty good. What we now can do is we can do some super little rotation on Y. So it might get some offset here and there onto them cookie pieces, onto them ingredients. Not on the cookie directly, I shouldn't touch that. But it should only be rather small, like between a negative 0 something and a positive 0 something on Y-axis rotation. So in general, like when I have an item which is like these 3 dots, that in another case I could have them 3 dots like that, or like that, or something in between. It's just a slight shift, which can be, randomized. In that case, once we are done with this actual positioning in the height, we can just say, okay, on the Y-axis we want to do some small shift. We can randomize that by using some simple offset numbers and add them to the current rotation over Y. But we need to implement this into, once again, a Euler anchor or a quaternion Euler vector 3. We can randomize this number, so we can say, before we do anything, we're going to say float, and the angle should not be higher than, let's say, 10 degrees or something. So float rot offset, the rot is the rotation offset, is equal to, and now we create always a new rotation offset, which is random.range between, let's say, negative, I don't know, 8 and 8, something like that. And now we can take the new ing.transform.rotation. And rotation, once again, is of type quaternion. So we can say quaternion.Euler. And now we can put in x, y, z or a vector. So on x, no rotation. On y, we're going to take the rotation offset. And on z, we take a 0 as well. But we don't want to set this way. Maybe we want to add to the current one. But it doesn't let us, so we say is equal to. Okay. Let's see if that makes any difference or sense. Like if we put the same item, the same ingredient multiple times on top of each other. Gonna have to wait until my first client appears and approaches the take order table. I really need to take a look why this is so slow. So give me your order. There we go. So if I now pick this sausage, it could be, well, it should be not like stacking up this way. I want it to be rotating a bit. This is my aim over here. Why can't I do this? Do I need to multiply it with the current one? I don't think so. Why should I? Maybe a rotation is wrong. Maybe we should take a local rotation. Yeah, I believe it's local rotation. And not multiply. Plus equal doesn't work. Maybe we set it. Let's see. Why local? Well, probably since it is a child object of another object, local might work better here. Gonna have to wait again and see how that works. No local rotation is happening. That's pretty strange. Why is that? Maybe it's the wrong axis. Let me test this. Gonna go out of maximize and playloads a bit faster to see the issues. And so my people are moving here faster. Once again, I have no idea why that is the case. Take order. Let's see. So this one ingredient now has a -4 rotation on Y, which doesn't do anything. So X is wrong. Y seems to be wrong. Ah, we need to take the Z axis. Copy. Paste. Why ever that is the Z axis, I have no idea. But that should now randomize the ingredient rotation a slight bit. Maybe 8 is too high. Maybe 2 or 3 is more than enough. We'll see. That's pretty neat. And let's see how that looks for the chocolate things. Yeah, there's a slight rotation. We can see this over here onto the side. Maybe. And each of them should have a different rotation. Yep. Awesome. Just the offset is a bit strange, as well as the timing is a bit strange, but that looks okay so far. Again, I don't know if I need to do something different later on to the size or anything. I don't know why it is slower or so slow in full screen mode. Probably it's my computer which is slowing down things, so I might restart later on and see if I can fix some issues here and there. Or maybe it's because of the live stream, but I don't think so. I get some new stuff to download. For the next princess, which is going to be a client in our cookie scenario. Gonna produce a small screen cap for her so she sees what's going on. And we are thinking about building in a twist. The twist could be, well, all the items, every client, all the items are going to be changing their position on the table or under the table or wherever. Like every time we get this, we don't have much time to create them things first, and then after this client is complete, we're gonna change the order on all these things in to different positions and ways, maybe. Gonna ring the bell. Gonna make a small screenshot for her. So the final thing is now I need the client to get out of the way. So to open a new spot or space. So nobody is, or actually the next one who can be the order can be taken is moving to the spot and wait for his cookie. And the other one is going to leave the scene. So what I need is 2 more waypoints. Which I probably also put onto the door. So there is this first point, which I just created automatically. And then I got the waiting spot, which is sitting like below the bowl. And then I need maybe another one, which is going to be maybe here, or maybe here. So he goes up here, and then he goes there. There's one more flaw about this, is probably an issue where it comes to render order. So these people here, which are going up, need to have maybe another render order. So maybe I'm gonna need to put them in the hierarchy, like below in the hierarchy. Oh no, actually in the top. So in the top of the door, I guess. So I don't know how I can put them there. I could maybe change the depth, but I can only do this on sprite. So first off, I guess I'm gonna go and implement the first animated character as a client, so I can see if it is possible to put this inside the canvas, or if I need to do this outside of the canvas. If that is the case, I can simply just use the rendering depth of the actual characters based on the y-axis, and just negate it or increase it depending on if they are like more below or more at the top. So the one who walks in the top, which goes back, is not rendered above the head of the bottom standing or moving characters. Okay, yeah, this is basically what I think I'm gonna take and struggle with right now. So these positions are still fixed, kind of. So I should be able to use sprites without and with the actual bone structure inside. And also I need to do some animations also on other versions. And I need to see how I can switch visualizations between points. Like I need some idle, sideways idle animations and movement items, and or some movement animations and so on. I'm gonna rename those graphics Snow White back front. And this one here is Snow White side. I also need to flip Snow White sides later on. If that doesn't work, then I need to tell her to just flip the graphic, or I just do it simply on my own, just by 180 degrees, just mirror the graphic by with any graphics program. Okay, so let's open Snow White from the side. So she has some legs. Probably we don't see much of that, but we now need to think about how can we bone structure this one completely correct. So we need to go into the skinning editor, and we need to go to AutoGeometry. And the AutoGeometry needs to have some alpha tolerance on the side, so we don't lose any graphical stuff, like any graphic lines. 160 seems to be pretty cool. It's auto cut, and we can put our bones now on top of this auto weighted stuff. If we need more density over here, then we can go and subdivide this even further. But I don't think that is necessary for some easy graphics like that. Now we want to create some bones, and at let's say a setting where everything works so far. I'm gonna go and check out also something called an IK setting. So there is probably I need to influence or implement some extra something, or it is implemented already. So I need to go and check this out pretty quick. .2D inverse kinematics, IK Manager 2D, and the Bone Editor 2D animation. So we need the IK Manager 2D to the game object of on top of the hierarchy. Okay, so pretty simple. Then we need to add the IK solvers, like based on the hierarchy on the object. And then we need to select the effector or the bone of the transform, which is going to be the pivot at the bottom or in the center. And then we can create a target for the IK solver to do the bone movement, position, and target. Awesome. This is what we need, which is going to influence like everything else over there. Yeah, awesome. This is what we need. I might have some trouble later on with setting it up all correctly the way I want and need to, but this seems to be pretty solid in the workflow. So IK Manager 2D. This is what I need as a component on top of the actual sprite graphic. Awesome. So let me put in some bones. So which bones do we need? Well, we need a head bone, maybe a neck bone. We need 1 or 2 spine bones over there. Then we need a pelvis bone, which is like, well, just pointing into any direction, not really necessary. Usually I point them forwards or backwards. Well, forwards is easier. Then I need a root bone, which has no or shouldn't have any effect on the character itself. Then we have them do shoes. This is the right foot. This is the left foot. And, well, any other bone, which is going to be the base of the bone, or the base of the complete setup, like the root bone. This is the one I'm gonna create the first place. It should be somewhere in the same height, so it's easier to set up later on. So we can just, well, I believe I need to double click first. Sometimes it just doesn't work. I don't know why. Oh, I need to double click the structure first, otherwise it doesn't make sense. Doesn't work. Okay, so I need a root bone, and click another position first. So and then right click, and then I have a fixed root bone. So next one is going to be my pelvis bone. So I can put this in any direction I want to. I can even make this a bit longer so it's easier to select later on. So from here we're gonna have the leg bone, and at the same time we may want to add some more little bones here to be more flexible in animation for the skirt. So these legs are somehow connected to the pelvis bone. So because we want to make use of IK here as well. So what I can take is I basically go here, then I go to the knee bone, which is here. Then I go to the, well, we could use this point, or we can go a bit down, and then we can do something like this. That should be more than enough. Now it's still connected to the pelvis bone. I'm gonna do the same for the other leg. Gonna go somewhere here, somewhere here, and this for the toe tip. Right click ends this hierarchically connected scenario. At the same time we are moving them legs, we also want to move the skirt. So now the question is, how do we connect it correctly? So when I do hierarchically bind them together, I need to make sure that they are sitting above or so on top of each other. So I need two ones which are representing the connection for the right leg, and two ones, like a bit behind here, for the left leg. They need to be connected to, well, literally the bones, like them too. So the top bone is driving the top one, and the bottom bone is driving the top in the base or in its base, and then we have like little sub ones where we can do some extra shifting probably. So I select this one. It's going to be the right bone, the right foot bone. I'm gonna make it so literally when here's the pelvis, I can maybe plant it around somewhere around there. Let's say here. Then I need to take a look into size and position, kind of, and same for the foot area, like this. But this one here is now it is connected to this one, but it does not care about this one. So if there is some weird changing happening, so probably I'm gonna get rid of this one and select this and try to fit it still in. Oh, need to do it again, like so. But then reposition this one a bit here. So this one or this one here looks at this bone, and this one looks at this bone. Probably they are not correct in its length or in their length, but we may need to, or we may go and fix them. So same for the other side. Gonna start maybe here for the left leg. So this is more the influence for the left leg. Maybe a bit further to the left. Then I need to select this one and start somewhere here maybe, and bring this down to this position. And now I can just, reposition this one close to the knee area. Now when I select this one, I should have the possibility to also create some other side effect thingies, like maybe one for here and one for here. And if I select this one, I can maybe affect this area and maybe this area a bit more. So I can do some more wiggling or some fluctuating stuff. I maybe go and do a bit more for this backside area here as well. So I have a bit more flexibility for animation. Now from the pelvis upwards we need a spine. So at least two. But I'm gonna maybe make three. Well, no, maybe not. Maybe I'm gonna try to... Oh, let me undo that. Just in case. So when we want to be more flexible, we want to give more over here, but maybe we don't have too much to influence these areas. From here, I literally need a neck bone as well. So, and then a head bone. So, and if we want to be a bit more flexible, we could also add some extra bone just for this back area, but then we need to see how we can paint the weights for this area to be not too much influenced by the head itself. From this bone now, from this starting point, we're gonna put the ankle of the arm, which might be here. Then we go to the elbow, then here, then here to somewhere where the end of the the bones could be. Then we need something here and here, and from this one or from this one, well, nope, we take this one. We're gonna create another set of bones, like so. Should be fair enough. Now again, from the same bone, we go and do the same thing for the other side, for the left arm. Go here, and go here. And from this bone, we go into the... we don't have to be that precise, I guess. I'm gonna go in here, so we can at least do something. I'm gonna go and give the fingers here a bit more density. And that should be the rig for the character so far. I'm gonna send her some update. Now we need to weight or skin weight. What we can do is we can auto weight, like we just press on generate. We should be able to normalize them as well. So every bone has its specific influence area. The bones we don't want to have any influence are like literally the pelvis and the root bone. Also, we need to go into visibility and rename the first bone here, which is our root. I want to keep it root so I know what's going on. I want to make this pelvis bone. I'm going to rename this as well, pelvis. They need to be connected anyhow together, and everything else is part of the other one. Now we need to do two things, actually a bit more. The weighting of the arm, like the where is stuff. We don't want to add a geometry, not at the moment. And she learned that there are graphics which are not necessary, which is cool. What I now need to do is I need to edit bones. Actually, I need added the weighting or the hierarchy, the depth of the bones. All the selected bones now need to have a -2 over here. Like so. These ones here need a positive value, let's say +2, just in case. So, next one are the legs, and the legs here, they need to be negative. A negative number, like -2, -1, something like that. So, gonna put them, let's say -1, because the last arm is -2. So the arm is behind that. Well, this leg here is even further below or behind, so it's not a -1, but let's say it's also a -2. -2, -2, -2, and maybe the left arm needs to be, instead of -1, instead of -2, gonna take -3. Let's see if I can just copy the values and paste them in. Oh, that's even faster. Cool, and let's apply the changes so far. Now I need to go to the weight again, or to the weight slider, and see when I now preview poses. I'm gonna go and move something around here, or rotate fingers, that they look okay-ish. Don't have to be too precise. We can try to be precise, but well, that might not work correctly over here. So we should be able to use a weight brush. And well, since the density is not high, not too high actually, we will have some issues here. So we could say, okay, we're gonna get rid of the skinning, of the current skinning. And by doing so, we avoid any weird things. So when I move this, we move the complete skirt. Okay, so this is actually not a good way to do it, I guess. Yesterday I was doing this a bit different, so everything was connected to this one here. It depends later on where we position things. So if I position that one here, and that one here, and that one here, so they are literally on top of each other. Yeah, it's literally, it should be okay. And here we got a weird stretching, which is, you know, because of the legs themselves. Gonna put that stuff back where it should be. This one as well. Now we rotate, or we can rotate this. Gonna have to bring this a bit more where it's supposed to be. Actually, it's more like this. So this bone's weight should be a bit more here. So I need to overpaint the areas where the influence of this bone should be more present, so we don't have any weird stretching later on. I try to fix it pretty quick, so the influence of that bone is a bit lower from this bone, I guess. Let's see if I can. Oh, what is that? Oh, that's the bone below. No, that was wrong. You can always go with the hardness higher as well as with the step size, or with the actual brush size, so we can, you know, paint over. But the hardness was pretty okay so far. I guess that is fine. Gonna go into preview pose again and try to put the pose together as it should be. So this is like the back side of the arm. I want to see a bit of the shoulder, I guess, so I can put it like there, which looks fine. I mean, why not, right? And again, this is an issue here. I'm gonna change the structure for the bottom ones here, and maybe I don't use the influence of them bones at all, but make it all part of the legs, if that is even possible. No idea. I guess it should be. So let me try that. So I'm gonna get rid of this bone. I'm gonna have to go into edit bone mode. So I'm gonna take away them. And well, I can do it vice versa, or basically I can paint the weight for them bones. I should be able to paint the weights directly on the skirt whenever we are in weight painting mode. So if I go to auto weight, we can see there's some unaffected areas. So, but with a weight brush, we should be able to select this bone and paint the influence directly here onto the skirt. Maybe you're gonna give it a bit more hardness. So then we're going to take this one and put the rest, or from this particular bone piece, and put it over here. And the rest is done maybe for the other ones. And now I take this one. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I'm going to paint over here so the other leg has more influence to this. And I'm going to paint over here. And same for these bones. Gonna delete. Gonna go into edit mode again, delete this bone and this bone, and go back to weight brush. I already painted some here. Gonna take this one again and overpaint, maybe like that, and so we can mix them colors here. We don't want to have any empty areas, kind of empty areas, so I may go and use some of the other ones here once again. Gonna apply the changes just in case. Maybe I need a bit more for this one here. No idea. Maybe it's fine the way it is. So, and then we got this in-betweens, which we need to fiddle out and test. So we go again to preview pose. I'm gonna... that is actually bad. Maybe I should put them together as they have to be. Or... good question. Since they're weighted to these pieces already, yeah, I may need to go and need to connect something to this upper leg here. Good question. How could I do this? Well, probably the best way would be to, put in the bone structure. And then once set it up, anyhow, as I did yesterday with the other skirt, and put them together. If I would put them here, like they are skinned already, so if I would put this one, or actually all the other bones here, where they are probably supposed to be, I don't know if that makes any sense. No, it doesn't make sense. Never had such an issue, because I never used the skirt like that. So yeah, the only way I can think of is create the subset scenario as I was thinking of before. What if I need to go and auto-weight this just again and regenerate it so it's more influenced by the other things? Okay, so this one here needs to be connected. Never mind for the moment, I guess. So if I would animate that, I would probably need to take both of them bones, like the leg bone and the skirt bone, to do the work together, I guess, or to animate them together. Or I don't know, but then it might be an issue with the IK references I am after. So if I put another create bone, gonna need another one for the lower leg or the backside leg. Like so, and so probably. And go and auto weight again. So we get more influence from here. And go into preview pose. There's still something affecting it. Oh, these are these things. Pelvis is 43, so this is the lower skirt. Gonna need to make this one part of a lower skirt. Sadly, I believe I cannot drag them things directly there. And this one here, just in case. Actually, it could be the other one, this one here. Lower skirt L for left. Okay, so now everything, I can put it together as I like. And I should be able to reduce and increase some things here and there. So this one might be, whoops. Whoops again. And now if I take these two, not quite sure if I can, and rotate them. Now I'm gonna take these two and rotate them. Then everything should follow up completely, with some stretching involved, of course. Should also be able to do stuff on the foot, which is pretty nice. Same for the other side, so I always need to animate two bones at the same time. Okay, so there's one more thing I want to take care of. If this bone is here, and I'm gonna rotate these two things, I want to see that I don't see the back side over here, so this red bone here needs more influence onto this side. So I need to go to the weight brush, take this, and brush a bit more influence for the upper skirt area, so not part of the pelvis literally. And so the blue one here goes here, and the red one needs to take the complete thing. So I'm gonna go pretty quick here, go weight brush, select this one and take away the complete influence for this area. And give this one here a bit more influence maybe to this area. So every time I move this, I don't want to have anything on here. Should be kind of like that. Gonna reduce the size a bit. So I want to keep it okay-ish, but not too much. So maybe gonna do it like that. I don't know. So when I go to preview pose again, first edit bone, then preview pose, and take that leg again and put this wherever it shouldn't be visible for us. And when I take both of these, hold control to do. Okay, so that leg might be a bit too high. Or a bit more, or a bit, yeah, too much in the front. Okay, so maybe she shouldn't do much, or big steps actually. And that's okay. And I believe the in-between here should be weighted a bit more between them two. So I'm gonna go to edit bone mode and take a look into this. Add and subtract mode. Grow and shrink smooth mode. Okay. Gonna give it a small hardness here. I'm gonna need to take away a bit more from that influence of this bone here. So this one should just do a bit in the bottom. Same here. And maybe should take more from the big ones. That's better. That might have been too much influence on this side. Okay, maybe I should take this bone and make a child of this bone. Which maybe makes a bit more sense. Looks good. So that should be okay now. So this one here should just rotate everything and shouldn't have any influence onto any of them other bones. This one here might take away a bit of the weight from the pelvis, because the pelvis itself does not need any weight. Well, because it's just like a placeholder bone for the IK, if I'm able to use it. I'm not quite sure yet, because currently the bones are not taking care of the other bones, literally. So, and when we go to preview pose, we should be able to put one leg kind of here, wherever. I guess like this. Take this. I guess I need to put it somewhere here later on. And when we rotate them two, we hopefully get some good results. So this one goes here. This one goes somewhere here. I haven't checked the neck area yet. But if we look forward or downwards or upwards, we should also have some slight influence here, which is fine. So the arms are following the neck bone, which is cool. So we save some time. Of course, it doesn't always look nice, but, well, we have issue, or we can put stuff together. We can make any weird things here. Hands can be used. Looks interesting. And this bone here is just a root bone. So literally we just place the pelvis somewhere above the root bone. So the root is where we use what we use the movement for. Like we move it like that, and then we do the leg movement. Like we select two of them, and then we do, well, not like that. Gonna have to select one and then the other, and then we just do this movement here. Maybe I don't do much or high movements. And same for the other side. Probably I need to bring down this foot a bit further, so we see a bit more of it later on. And if we knee down, or if we go and look forward, we're gonna have a little stretchy area here. So when we go with the weight brush, this one here should affect this area a bit further, not too much, but also a bit of here. I'm gonna go and take the hardness down to 1, so we can blend it a bit better between them. This one here should not have much effect onto this area. Oh, it was affecting the arm now. But yeah, we need to fiddle just a bit with these in betweens here. Maybe I can take a bit from that as well. Something like that. Yeah, we cannot overdo it, because the influence is not high enough for this area to be here. maybe we're gonna give it some. That's pretty nice. That's looking okay-ish as well. Arms falling down, shoulders going, and head works as well. I just don't like the skirt area over here, so maybe I can fiddle around a bit further down with these things. Like when I rotate this one bone here, these areas are not as stretched. Maybe I can find a bit better weighting in between them two bones. Maybe it needs a secondary one or something in the middle, which takes a bit of the weight in between. I'm gonna make a bit bigger. So I wanna maybe take a bit more from this side to the center, and gonna take a bit back from the other side. Oh, so it not looks too much stretched, like where the details are. Gonna give this one a bit, maybe not too much. Yeah, graphic wise, probably it's better to cut all them separated pieces into multiple pieces, so it's easier to animate. So it's not like too much of the weighting happening over here, but that looks pretty good. I mean, it's better than before. I just can't do huge steps by using this bone system. Gonna apply the changes and close the editor. So now I can use Snow White as a character in my scene. So I can just drag her in. She is as huge as, well, she hopefully has to be. And I can scale them even further up into the scene itself. And here it looks pretty huge because the camera is rather small. But based on the canvas, it might be too small, I don't know. So I can just scale her and bring her at any type of position just to see what the size of a character could be. And then here I have the order and layer. I can make this a 10 or 200, so it's above or below other characters. So if I have this one, Snow White character, and I would duplicate it, or would set this one to be -10, then this second Snow White, this one, would be below hierarchy wise, because order and layer is behind this one in the first place. Now I can put all the necessary components. The first one is the sprite or sprite skin. We just create the bones automatically. The ones we just created beforehand. So we can now put everything together. There's one issue with the focus sometimes. So if stuff is too small, you can hit the F button. And then we can put her together, like so. Put her leg, the frontal leg, somewhere next to this, and the backside leg, somewhere to here. So now we can make her move, I guess, and do 2 or 3 animations, rather simple ones, hopefully. And then we need to do a sprite switch whenever she is giving us an order. So we have the front view, and maybe we need a system which is handling which sprite to show up. So Snow White needs to be, part of this part. So I probably go and take this bone and place it above somewhere the root bone. So the root is literally here in the center of the foot. And this one, yeah, the pelvis is going to be there. So if I now take the root bone, well, that was the foot. If I would take the root bone, everything should follow up. Nevertheless, where the pivot point of Snow White is, which currently is somewhere here. But that's okay. We shouldn't need to fiddle around with that, or we just take everything, I don't know, or the complete root, and reposition this one on X, like here. So Snow White's pivot point is in the center of her. And what we can also do is we can lift root onto 0 as well. So root is now directly there where the pivot point of Snow White is. And we can help ourselves later on with that things, I guess. Now we can, no, we should not take this. We should take the complete object and then place her wherever she has to be. And based on that, we can also do the scaling, as currently she has a scaling already, but I can fiddle around with that in a moment. I'm gonna make a small break here and gonna be back later. Okay, so what we now need is, or what I need is, some animation for walks. I like a walk cycle first for the foot, and for the arms, and for complete Snow White over here. And meanwhile, she's moving, so we're gonna have to move her onto position. So we are literally using the same positions as we have here, but that could be a downside or could not work as I like to see it working. Because this here is type sprite and this is a transform and not a rect transform. So probably I get some issues with the conversion between the sprite and the images I'm currently moving. So I try to figure out the way, I mean, these images or these NPC types, this NPC type is just a rect transform and not a normal transform, and that might be an issue. Same with the NPC script. I mean, that's okay, that's fine, but I need to integrate Snow White as itself as being part of the canvas, so she has the correct scale hopefully later on, and the scale might be 1. So like unscaled here, so she's a bit bigger, and even that is not huge enough, as we can tell when we just move her around. If I go and collapse that, then I can move her freely. So I can try to do something like with a 4x4 scale, or even more, 6x6 for instance. But then she's not part of the canvas and invisible literally. So what I need to try is if I can make her part or child of the door. So, but as you can see, we cannot see anything. So this is what I need to figure out. How can I make her literally part of canvas, visible in canvas, meanwhile doing so and doing its or her movement in this piece. Or I need to take her out of the canvas, like everything out of the canvas, and do it based on screen space or world space. This is what I assume to probably happen. The downside on that is positioning or repositioning of all these items, I would say. So this is an issue which I thought might come. So I'm gonna go back with a 111 here scale and put it back over there. So here she is huge enough. So 0.25 was kinda okay-ish in size. Then put her here. So this is the actual size I guess I need for her, I believe. Which is fine, which is okay. So now I need to figure out, okay, where do I put all these items now? I mean, I'm gonna keep the buttons in scene, but the room itself has to be structured around the camera. So we don't move the camera because we don't need to. So we need to put all the items and all the things about the room directly here, and like the speech bubble and take all the buttons and all the other stuff is going to stay in the canvas. Downside again is when I move this here, well, this works fine because the canvas is an overlay canvas, but the room and the door thing, like the movement from here to where we take the order, has to be done in this camera space, not in the door side space literally. This is the only difference now. So the waiting point and the waiting spot actually need to be different positions based on, once again, world space or based on camera space. Which should be easy, hopefully. I mean, why not? I just need to tackle this. The only thing, when I go maximize on play, I need to make sure that when she's here, that in maximize on play she's also here, which she is. And so this is fine. Now, if I have some kind of a door or door frame or any graphic later on, I cannot use the door spawn manager directly over there because it is wrongly calculated, I guess, for all the clients. So I need to change the spots to be used, not based on canvas space, but again based on world space. So I'm gonna create an empty and name this one door. I can put in anything I want to, and I'm gonna give it an icon, anything, so I know where it is. Now I want to keep it that 0, so I don't have any issues with the depth later on. I can position this on a Y0 at least for the moment, but I guess I'm gonna move it somewhere here. Yeah, this gizmo should also be seen here now, so we can kinda check out where the spawn has to happen. Probably we're gonna spawn her outside of screen as well. This object, when we go now and maximize and play, this object now has to stay at this position as well, which it does. So based on camera space, if we have a 6:9 aspect ratio, and it shouldn't change. Now I need from this door to the next door, or to the next point, we're gonna need to take the leg or the foot, so a position literally, or the pivot point of Snow White here, like there. That should be our end position to go to. That's what we just had here as well over X. So the first point should be, we're gonna do auto calculation on that. Yeah, sometimes my microphone has a bit issues here. Sorry about this. So I'm gonna create a new door, a point literally, or a order point. Yeah, once again, sorry about my mic. Sometimes I have to make it or clap it up and down. So now you should hear me with full power. And then we have the bowl position. The bowl position is, let me duplicate this. Well, this is like the waiting order point or something. Waiting point. And this is somewhere here. So that's where she now has to go. Okay, so now we need to recalculate, or I need to recalculate the distance from this point to this point to this point, and use them inside the spawn manager instead of the other one, which I can connect over here already. So we have the point is this one, the waiting point, which is this one, and the spawn point is going to be this one. This is what I now need to implement. So instead, also code-wise, I need to change from spawn manager directly from the door. Well, maybe I can just make this one the spawn manager right now, so it's easier for me, I guess. So I can just say here, this is now spawn manager. It tells me, oh, this is now reference exception because of the onDraw gizmos function. So we need the order point to be here. And we can see instantly where the points would be. The size of them is now rather huge. Then we got the waiting point, is actually this one. Now we got the order button, so the order button is, well, this one, take order button. Clear the console, everything is good to go so far. Pretty nice indeed. So the system is still working the same way. And when we now instantiate our characters, we don't want to make them part of the door anymore. And we also use a different NPC later on. Well, she is going to become, or she needs a new NPC script, literally. So I guess this is what we can try to take a look into. So spawn manager. Again, for the visual representation over here, I'm gonna use maybe a 2F instead of a 20F. So the gizmo points are a bit smaller, are not as huge, so we can see where all the center points are relative to the current point. We can now see they are not like in line because this one is higher than this one. So we might take this one here and bring it down, so it's like in a straight line. Or we keep it there, then we have like a different height of waiting people over there, standing over there. Then we have this point over there, and the spawn manager just need to know the NPC itself. So for the moment, I just take Snow White as she is and make her a character, an NPC character. So we need to add an NPC script here, and that should be good to go for at least for the moment. And for here, for the door, I disable the spawn manager script. Let's see what's happening when we do that, and hopefully everything is fine. Oh, the spawn delay is literally super small. Argument out of range exception. Spawn delay gonna be 3. Argument out of range exception, just because we didn't have any Snow White involved. Let's see if now we can get some Snow Whites into the scene, into the waiting line. But Snow Whites. Where is she? And how much do we get? So gonna press F for focus. So she's now part of the door. Let's see, she doesn't move. So her movement is literally not present. Maybe I don't want to make her part of door, like code wise. But at the moment I don't see much more happening over here. So she just had like a quick pop in. Let's see what the debug mode says. Well, element 0 is taken. Well, this is okay. Should be actually this one, not this one point. Yeah, but she's also not moving at all. Maybe now the speed might be pretty tough or interesting. Maybe now they are way too fast. Okay, she comes from somewhere down below. Let's try again and see where she comes from. Okay, somewhere outside, or probably from here. Okay, somewhere below. I'm gonna make her speed-wise slower. Maybe a 5. Just to see where she comes from and where she wants to go to. Because I believe the movement inside the sprite or inside the actual canvas is slowed down, and probably not when we are using actual game objects. Maybe I'm quick enough to test it out. We'll oh, there we go. So she comes from somewhere and goes to the first point over here. But she's spawning somewhere here. She's not directly spawning at the position. Oh, and I believe why we don't center her, or the NPCs, we don't center them into or at the spawn area. So I just put her as a child object over there with her own scale, but we don't reposition her at the transform position. So we can say, hopefully, new NPC dot transform dot position is equal to transform dot position, just in case, and see if we get her on to the correct spot. Yes. So now she goes from this point to this point and makes a break, which is okay. Now she should check if the next spot is free, which currently is, but she doesn't move, and also there's nobody else going to do the spawning. So there's no spawning, no new spawning literally happening over here, and I wonder why that could be. So the calculated distance, and the number of spots and stuff like that. And once she's done moving, maybe she's moving a bit too quick, I don't know. Maybe we're gonna reduce to 3 and see. Ah, I know why. She's not freeing the spot after taking a walk from the door side to this side, so this one stays literally full, so no new spawn is happening, and she's not moving to the next position. So it might not have anything to do with the spawn here, but maybe the spawn manager has an issue over there, like it doesn't get updated in its spot. I got some new graphics. With some cookies and sausages. Pretty nice. I'm gonna go and grab another coffee and we'll be back in a minute. Test, test. So, let's tackle the issue to update the taken or the last spot. So, when I spawn, I add her to our NPC list and check the next or the NPC list if that is true, which is okay, which is fine. And we fill up the first element over there, only if there's none at the moment. Now we want to move her. I just created the functions already, but it seems that one or the other does not act as it should. And I need to fiddle out why that is the case, because the code is literally or should be the same. So basically this is just for order protection. Everything down below. But something else seems to be fishy over here. So the question is now, where does it come from? So it could be that the updated taken spot, so these two are doing the wrong thing here, maybe. I should debug things here, I guess. Hi E-Roll, thanks a lot for tuning in. Yeah, sometimes my microphone is just because I have to look up down thingy wingy sometimes. And this microphone sometimes doesn't give full voice back, literally. So let's take a look. I'm gonna debug.log and see which of these movements are going to be called. So this is the usual movement done. Let's see if that gets triggered. If that is not the case, or maybe I should deactivate this character here, because she might take position here already, and maybe she is blocking. Maybe she is blocking the system to work correctly. That could be another issue here, because maybe that spot was taken already, kind of. Usual movement done. And after 3 seconds there should be another one coming, and she should go push forward to the next free position. So indoor, element 0 is taken. We have currently one NPC in the list, which is good, but she's not taking a look into the next one. So the next movement piece, so she's calling update taken spot in the spawn manager, this one. Now, if the last spot plus 1, then she should say that the next one actually, she's not really performing the last spot equal to false. Last spot is the one where she came from. What is her last spot? That's the question. And debug.log. last spot. If that is a wrong number, then it might not work correctly. So her last spot was 0. So the 0th spot should now become false here. So in the free spot list, dot last spot is equal to false. Maybe the old one is going to block it. So the old spawn manager script here. So I get rid of it. Remove component. Just want to make sure that they are not intersecting, because there's only one possible spawn manager working over there, but might be a case. There we go. Okay, so now we have 5 in a row and waiting, and now we can take order. She's telling us the order, and she goes to the waiting spot, and all the other ones are going to pop up here. Let me test this in full screen mode and see if that works the same way. Looks nice. So the chat bubble, I guess I need to lift it up a bit because of the size of Snow White. I just lift it up a bit, so it's more like here maybe. Maybe I don't even need this little pike thing. Maybe I need some bubbles there, but it doesn't matter, at least for the moment. Just to give it a recheck over here. And the speed is fine now, and no matter in which screen I am, can take orders. Can take the order. That's funny. I just overridden one of the other orders. So now I can take even further more orders. So I can now try to put that stuff together like this and ring the bell. Boom. So she eats it and she says perfect order equals true. Now I should be able to take the next order. This bubble needs to be cleaned, and the one which is here at this point should go outside of the room again, so leave somewhere, which is absolutely fantastically looking. What I will do now, gonna double click to go closer. I'm gonna bring down this door spot here. I'm gonna make it the same height as this one. So I can literally take Y, copy, and paste the Y over there. So they're like in line. I'm gonna have to get rid of this piece here later on. And put in another sprite over there. Gonna make a screenshot for my designer so she knows where we are. So let's take a look. This one looks pretty good. So I am close to where I want it to be. So now I can animate some idle and some standing, and then I need to switch. Sprites. So Snow White's side, literally, no matter if she's active or not, I gonna have to switch her actual sprite. Like when she's standing in front of the take order, I wanna see her face. Then I wanna switch her back, move here, and then show face again. And when she leaves, I later on I need some more points here. That's what I can. Maybe can create here as well. So I have like gonna name this leaf point 1. So she turns upwards and moves upwards. We're gonna change the depth of the size of the actual sprite over there, whichever is used. And then I duplicate this again, and I need to let her go. Or any character, literally, let them characters go out again. So maybe I need to lift them up a bit. It depends where Snow White is going to be at this point. So if I position her here, we can barely see her face. And I'm not quite sure if we want that. So maybe we want to make it like so. So maybe the 2 leaf points are not as high as I thought. Maybe they are like here, maybe. So everything else looks quite nice so far. Now we need to put the animator together, as well as the switch sprite parameters for the other setting. Which is this front and back side of Snow White. So I open Sprite Editor, gonna go to Skin Editor, gonna go to Auto Geometry and Generate. So this one basically has just a waiting idle scenario, I would say. So we maybe just have a pelvis, a bit here and there, some small movements, nothing fancy, maybe some wiggling arms, maybe. Maybe the density is not enough. Maybe I'm gonna have to go and subdivide this a bit more. Let's see if that makes any difference. Oh, a subdivision. 100 is highest. How can that be? Oh, that's funny. So outline detail was about 80, I guess. Maybe more. 100 again. Okay, so basically we can go into arms and stuff and add the current existing geometry for more density in the mesh. I wonder why I cannot subdivide even higher. That doesn't really make sense to me, at least not for the moment. But that should be more than enough to handle her stuff in the waiting phase. Hopefully, at least. What if I increase you? Not much happens. Oh, I need to go down with that. Still, subdivision is not doing a pretty good job here. So I'm not quite sure if we go into a geometry. I might be able to create vertices or even edges, but just by clicking around here. So these are the current points. So the auto geometry is not overdoing it too much. But I should be able to cut through multiple areas if I need to. But those edges might not be the correct way, actually. Maybe we just need to create some vertices somewhere in between, and everything else is going to follow up. Looks better. So if I need more density, I can just add into it. Not really necessary for the idle position, but maybe later a bit more needed here and there. So if I want to go more detail later on, for example, do something with the eyes, or with the eyebrows, or maybe with hair, then I should be able to do so. But to be better in this case, I should be able to even animate eyes and stuff by using bones, which just influence these eyeballs, for example. Like so. And we could basically do the same also with eyebrows, if we want to use that for an idle position. We just need bones which are later on affecting them points, and only them points. So we may go and add some more details for the nose here, just in case. Maybe gonna make some bit more stuff here. So we can add in more details, more and more, based on what we want to see later on. We can also do something with the lips, I guess. And we could even put something in between here if needed. Well, if needed. But still, these are parts which we barely touch. Well, barely in case of normal bones, I would say. But the rest should be fine. We don't see much from the boats. Even if we could add some more vertices in the center. Let's take a look on the other side. In here we might, or I might go and add some more points also here for just in case. Maybe I'm gonna put some different kind of shapes here later. Because this one is maybe needed for some bone like movement animations and stuff, so maybe I'm gonna make it just a little side swing on movement and not lift her feet too high when she's leaving the room. And if I need more over here, I can add them. But here's enough space, hopefully, to put the bones in between and put their influence at this point. So the most interesting thing for me is going to be like if we change the influence of these, if we can make her literally make blinking eyes. Not quite sure if that is really possible with that setup. Usually I would separate the eyes and animate them separately, literally. But I see something, well, which is okay. It's okay. It's just a strain of hair. Okay. So we don't need much more, I guess. Maybe I need a bit more density here. And a bit more maybe here. Gonna bring this up a bit. Well, it looks okay. I guess that should be more than enough. Hopefully it is. Maybe gonna straighten these ones out a bit, so we have a bit space to work on. Okay, first off, apply, just in case. And now we need to go and do bones. Create bone. Good question. I don't know how I would do this right now because, well, to make an eye blink or something, we need to just have some little influence to things. So what we need is, again, a pelvis. The pelvis is literally just a small something. And so since we don't know where the feet are, we are starting from the pelvis. Basically, I need another bone here. It's going to be my root bone. Maybe it's a bit higher later on, but it doesn't matter for the moment in time because it's not touching the mesh. Well, hopefully. And I'm gonna name this root just in case, because otherwise I might lose track again. I'm gonna have to eat in a moment. So when this is selected, we're gonna go and we need a left leg. We have something like here, and we have a right leg. Maybe the knee is here, I don't really know. Gonna go this way, and also from the pelvis we go upwards for the spine, so we can move some pieces around, like we can bend her over left and right. Then we're gonna maybe go for the chest middle somewhere, and then to the neck bone, probably here. Then we got the actual neck piece, so probably it's better to go to the chin or slightly above it. It's a bit hard to say. And then we're gonna go and take the full head, at least for the moment. Now from here, when we go 3D, for example, we would need to go from this bone and take the clavicles, or from this bone to take the clavicles. But since the clavicles not really are needed, I would say, we could say we just ignore them. But, well, do we need to ignore them? I don't know. I believe I would. So next one is the arm. Well, basically the armpit or a bit above it, so maybe in the center of this ball, kind of. Then the inner elbow, and then the rest. So something like this. And if we need fingers to be moved separately, which I don't think we're gonna put in here, we're gonna do this. Same for the other side. Like so. And that should be a good basic rig. And now we can fiddle around with the eye area. So maybe I'm gonna put one bone straight below the eyelid here, and then another one maybe above this eyelid. I'm not quite sure if that works, but maybe we can trick some eye blink or something. Doesn't have to be much. And if we want to do some, let's say, mumble something with the lips, we can do as well. So we could just make her laugh or go down. So we maybe want to put something maybe here and here, and then maybe something for the upper lip area, maybe like that, and for the lower lip area maybe as well, something like that. We can also name them so we know later on what they are for. And then we have the middle one. Probably we want to do something with the middle, but I'm not sure. We can just put that here just in case. And we do have the eyebrows as well. For the eyebrows, I would just say 1, 2, and 1, 2. So that might be a good face rig. I have no idea, never tested this one before. Pretty new for me as well, but maybe it looks good later on. If we need more mesh density, then we need to just implement a bit more vertices. Now I would go to auto weights and generate. Oh, I forgot something. I forgot the other side. So the other side is basically the same thing as this side, but we don't need all the eyebrow stuff and so on. And I'm not quite sure if that is even possible to have them all in one graphic. I would say no, because this one here is a separated part and piece. So what I would do is from the auto geometry, I would get rid of the geometry on the right side at first. I'm gonna name this just the front and ignore the right side, and then I do another rake in a copy of that one and just flip over and re-weight it and get rid of the bones. That's probably the best thing. So I'm gonna go add a geometry, select all the dots and get rid of them, and apply. And now I can close. This one is again just the front. And I would now duplicate it, Control D, and name this just back, and this one just front. And update the back side in the next step. I'm gonna make a break, which is a bit longer now, probably 20 minutes or something like that, maybe 15 minutes, and then I will be back. So stay tuned. If you like the channel, don't forget to sum this stream up, as well as don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already so far, and talk to you in about 15 to 20 minutes. So, I guess my microphone has to be updated now. Pretty good. So, I'm going to continue over here and see. I need to put the backside of Snow White. The front is already there, so I go into Sprite Editor and open the skinning editor for the backside. As you can tell, there are no bones for the front anymore, which is funny. Let's see if we got this in here. That's pretty strange. Oh, that is. It looks. It would be correct, but adding geometry. Gonna guess I have to reset it anyhow, like revert, because I don't see the backside over here. Bone influence. Reset pose. That's pretty strange. I'm gonna go and take Snow White's front and see when I add the skin parameter, also the sprite skin, if there are the bones visible or not. Which they are. But anyhow, Snow White is not visible anymore. So also they are not really connected, or everything is not connected to the bone set, so something is pretty strange over here. So I remove the component, and I believe I have to redo stuff. Which is not nice. Maybe that became or was acting like that because of the copy and paste content. However, I cannot see the bones, which is pretty strange. I don't have anything here. I don't know how to reset this, so there's no reset anything. I could copy paste stuff later on. Ah, there we go. So I got it back. I just had to click on the actual item over here. So since that is the front, I'm gonna go to do auto weight first, which needs to be generated, so I can test if I can do eye blink and stuff like that, as well as moving bones and all the other good stuff. So far so good. We got the bottom over here, which is not doing anything, and in preview of pose we should be able to test things. Stretch some content. Maybe I need a bit more density over here and an extra bone here left and right, or some more influence for the inner side and not affecting these ones. But again, it's just for idle. So when we now go and do this, we can see that we can literally animate an eye blink, like a top to bottom, from here to here. Pretty cool. And we should also be able to, that is actually an issue. But we should be able to do eyebrows as well, which just means the weight brush. We need to brush the outer side here with a rather heavy hardness, I would say, to make sure the eyebrows are not moving these areas too much. because they are not affecting, or hopefully they don't affect anything of that. So something like that, and the eyes are going to take care of their own. If we go back to preview pose, we still have this, but well, it's a slight change. It's a bit better. So we can do eye blink, so open and close eyes just based on that stuff. We should be able to do that, but again, same issue. We need to make sure that the bottom part here, so like this one is part of a, or should be part of a neck, which means I'm gonna take a weight brush again, reduce size, and make sure that this area here is only for the neck area, maybe like that. So we don't have too much influence for this lip area. As we can see, it doesn't, it shouldn't affect actually one of them pieces here. Oh, that was wrong. Gonna need to select neck area. So if we do this, we should not affect anything else, like nothing on the shoulder. So shoulders, actually top of the shoulders should be maybe bottom base parts. Maybe, well, that's not the good one. Test again. So again, maybe the arm is going to take place here as well. Same on this side. Nobody else really should affect these. Still this one pivot, or this one point, this one here, which is literally only for this area. Again, neck area is probably only here and here. That's okay-ish. Maybe give the neck a bit more power to this and this point. On this point over here on the side should be somehow a mix between them two, I guess. Same for the other side. So this one spot here is part of that. So we want to avoid usage of somewhere else. Same here. So we only, most of the time only, affect the mouth ankle. So again, we can now play around a bit with the nose and with the mouth. So this influence is fine. We should not rotate, but move lips up and down if needed, like she's chewing something if we want to. And also I can freely move the lower lip area just a bit, and the chin is going to kind of follow up. Awesome. Apply the changes. So front is probably done. Now getting back into the back side. Go open the sprite editor. We need to auto geometry first, because we have the other side here as well. And now we need to go add a geometry here. But it doesn't let me. Double click. There's one thing I need to do on the front side, is I need to connect the first bone to the root bone as this one. Now what I want to get rid of is all the face bones, because they're not necessary for the back side. And the rest can stay the same, I guess. So I just move literally all the bones to the other side. I hope that kinda works. Well, all the bone ends are not following. There are two I don't need. No idea why the bone ends are not like to follow. Maybe I can select them like that. Nope. Kinda impossible, but that's fine. I correct the ends by hand. Need to correct some here and there anyway. Toe tips. That's the root. That's the other toe tip. And the bone on the top. Not like that. I may need to go and update some of them positions here, just to make it more useful and correct. Yeah, maybe this one here needs to be like that, but actually it doesn't really matter, I guess. I wonder if I have missed one bone somewhere, which is the neck bone. Oh, there's one invisible. Ah, okay, so the new one can be deleted. This one was just kind of invisible. Nobody knows why. So now for the geometry. I'm gonna go and add a geometry. I don't need this geometry for this piece, so I get rid of it. Now I go to auto weight and generate. Then I should have literally everything connected again. So now when I move head, if I move neck, if I move this piece, pretty nice. So now I can decide if I want the hands to be in front, like if I rotate hand, if I want to have it graphically in front or in the back side of the character itself, like when she's moving away. For example, I can say these three bones here, let's go to, can I select them? I make them, let's say, -2. And same for the other two. Means whenever I rotate now one of them arms, you can see they are going to go behind the other bones, though it looks a bit more maybe as it should. Same for the other side. I don't know how to move them legs, but basically probably I just do a left side movement here and maybe some lift up, like so. Not too much, just a bit. Maybe the influence of the foot needs to be a bit more on the upper side. Same here. So I can do sideways movement and lift up the feet a bit, maybe, to show some kind of a movement scenario. So this one bone here is going to be our pelvis again, so I rename this one to be pelvis, just in case. And apply. And then I should have done backside. This one is all off. So pretty cool so far, I guess. I ignore all the questions here and all this stuff. In the front, I need to go back in. Go back into skinning editor. Need to go to this one here and make sure that bone is part of root and apply. So the root is basically always the root. So whenever I move root, everything else follows completely. So this is most of the time it should be necessary for IK influences if I'm able to use IK in any case. Like for hip up and down stuff, that every bone is hierarchically independent, or yeah, inverse kinematics, hierarchically independent, moving downwards or upwards depending on where I put this. So now I need walk cycles. I'm gonna have to speed up a bit here for these animations. So I need a walk cycle to go to the point. I need an idle animation, so like a breathing animation where she is just standing there when she's in line. When she is in front, I need to switch sprite to be one of them others. So the front sprite to take a look to our whoever is going to stand here. And later on I need to go backwards and go out and just switch sprite from left to right, like doing opposite. Like negative scale on the z-axis, I guess. So we can only see bones if sprite skin is collapsed, not collapsed actually. So our NPC, or my NPC here, she needs an animator component. So I can choose special animations. So first off, I create a new animation clip in my folder settings. So I don't have any folders yet, so I'm gonna make a new animations folder. Animations. I'm gonna make a new folder just for her, just for Snow White. Snow White. Maybe with an upper letter. And then I can name this whatever I like to, for example, idle. But this needs to be like a left-sided idle. Left side, or in this case a right-sided, because we see the right shoulder, right side idle. I just name it. I can rename it anytime. So when it comes to animating, we just need to open or select what we want to actually animate. And then here we want to make sure that the sprite skin is open so we can talk to it and use the corresponding bones. Before I start with that, I want to make sure that I get this IK system up and running and see if it is actually possible to just put in an IK Manager 2D. So this IK Manager 2D needs a list of IK solvers, which could be or should be maybe some empty game objects. I'm not quite sure actually. And then we can do some waiting in between and so on and so forth. And based on the hierarchy, they're going to listen to that IK. Let me take a look pretty quick. I saw some inverse kinematics stuff about this character thingy. So with an IK solver selected, select its effector bone transform, create or set a target for the IK solver. So the target is like a knee area, like a knee bone or knee ankle, to target the direction correctly. Like an IK is literally looking, or is like a bow. So for example, if we got one ankle here, one ankle here, one ankle here, we need a target which sits here, like so. This IK knows that, but also this backside area where this IK is inflecting or infecting this stuff, it always looks into a direction left or right. So this is going to be the effector or the look at target, and the effectors are probably well, this is the end bone and this is the start bone. I might need to add some empty game objects which are doing this effects over there. So I want to save beforehand, so I don't ruin my scenario here or my settings I have done so far. So let's try that. First things first, I need to see the corresponding bones and pelvis and stuff like that. I need to see them here. So I need to open this one up. I need to see who is who. So this one here is a part of a leg. So this is upper leg area, or from the right leg. So the best thing would be make sure the effector is probably, or the target is going to be part of that structure. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I can just say, okay, we got a root, and under the root I create an empty. Gonna give it any something, any icon. Maybe not this color, maybe another one. And put this like, if possible. Should not capturing while there's a hot control. I don't know what that means. And this is going to be like my IK target. Like the knees are always looking into this direction whenever I do some idle animation, stuff like that. It's easier to use an IK something. So IK works when we move the pivot. We want to make sure that, well, when I move the pivot down, like, well, not locally but globally, like that the foot are going to stay where they are, just to keep them at the ground. For that I need to select the first bone and the last bone, which is probably this one here, to get an effect. So maybe I can rename them in here. So it's like the upper right leg. And this one is the foot, or actually lower right foot, something like that. Maybe I need to have that in between. And this is the ankle, which targets this thing. Okay, so let's try. For my IK manager, I need to create an IK solver. I need change CCD, I don't know, maybe a limp solver. Yep. So we got an effector, we got a target, and well, good question. How does that work? We now have here an object. I believe this is going to become part of the top piece, like upper leg. Maybe this is the limb. And which does it affect, or which is it affecting? Probably the foot. Like so. And then we got the empty, which is going to be this one here. Maybe gonna make it in between anywhere. And tell it to be the transform target. I have no idea if that is correct now. I did some move there. Nope, that's actually wrong. Maybe the limb just needs to be part of the... Gonna take a quick look in a minute. Maybe the limb just needs to be, well, outside of the root. So it's maybe rooted a bit more consistent. Not quite sure what the target could be. It doesn't let me create a target, so something might be not correct. Oh, that is not what I wanted. That's not doing anything. So I'm gonna take a look into which define the bone or transform of IK solvers solves for. The transform which is used to indicate the desired position for the effector. The desired position. Oh, I need solvers for that. 2D solvers, actually. Okay. So until there are no solvers on them objects, I believe there's nothing happening over there. What does that mean actually? This lime solver, well, we should see any colors or something going on here, some crosses or lines which are showing the effectiveness of the limes or wherever it is going to work from and to. So if that is a lime solver, I don't know if that is even correct. But these effectors, so this one here should be an effector, like a knee effector, probably. And should be possible to put it anywhere. So this lime solver, the effector is probably this one, and the target, probably that's the wrong, maybe that's the wrong solver here. Let me get rid of it. Probably it's a chain CCD, because IK is so, oh no, that's what I need. Gonna delete this one and create a new one, a new CCD. CCD solver seems to be wrong as well. So what's going on here? Let's see, chain cyclic coordinate descent, chain fabric, forward and backward reaching inverse kinematics. Probably we need a chain one. Gonna take a look. Get rid of it. Just completely create a new fabric one. Maybe this is correct. I don't know, they all look the same. Okay, so I believe I did something wrong here. So I get rid of this solver. So the solver needs to be done, but I believe I need some empties, as I said before, to be targeted or affected bones or something like that. I just don't know where it starts. Like, if I give it a tip, I need to tell it where to start. Which probably is some other point I haven't seen yet. Okay, so let me try again. Gonna make a new lime solver like that. Standard 2-bone solver. Okay, the 2-bone solver is probably not correct here. The lime solver. So I believe a chain solver should be the correct one. So it goes over multiple chains. So gonna get rid again and take a chain solver. A CCD, which should be over chain lengths. I should be able to increase it anyhow, or it increases itself automatically based on the effector and the target, I guess. Tolerance number and iterations. Okay, so this one seems to be the correct one. So let's see. I want to create the target first. So after creating the IK solver, the next step is to set the bone or the effector bone, the transform, and its target. So follow these steps below to set the target. So the target is going to be the end, probably, which is going to be this one. This is my target bone. Like, select the last bone in the chain. So then we should create a new empty as being child of that. So we say create empty. We're gonna name this one target. Move the position of the transform to the tip of the last bone chain, which is at the correct position now. Again, even, I'll give it an icon, so we see that. So, like when it is a finger, usually you don't use finger IK. When it would be a finger, then you, or like for the toe, for example, you would need to have the position that would at the tip of the actual toe tip over there. Now this target needs to go into the Lime solver. So I'm gonna take target, put it into the target. That's what they say here. I'm reading currently a documentation about it. So now we need an effector. So what does it say now? Click the create target button. Well, I got a create target already here. I just need the effector. So the effector, maybe the effector is this one, I don't know. And ensure the chain length. I can't create the effector by using a button. I don't know why. So we got the target, which is just of type transform. What if I put in a 2 here? Nothing. Iterations, whatever. So this one here, this one bone here should be the effector, but probably. Maybe this is the effector. I don't think that is correct. Maybe this one here needs another empty for being the effector. Actually, it's a start point, but doesn't really make sense for me now. This should be actually the look at target. I don't know what that means. Nothing happens. I'm gonna try in play mode. Actually, I need to get out of maximize and play first. Oh, I can't. Not directly in here. Let's see. If I can select still these things to check out if I could affect them and, you know, move just that button or that stuff up and down, but it doesn't make any difference. If I move the effector down, what's happening then? Nothing. If I take the target and move this up and down, nothing happens as well. And also I don't see anything. Pretty interesting. So I need to fiddle out how to fix that. Hopefully pretty quick, because time is running out. It's quite late already. I mean, even if I move the pelvis, nothing is really doing here, or nothing is happening. And even the solver here does not do anything. it doesn't matter what the weight should be. Well, if there's no weight, then there's no or shouldn't be any effect. So something is wrong here. I'm gonna check out further something. Maybe I need an effector first and then yeah, create the target by automatically. But something is pretty strange here. Gonna load up a blog article. Maybe I'm gonna find what I need here. Maybe I just miss one little step. That's interesting. So the effector, which is at the bottom, is the one where it needs to drive upwards without having any effector so far, or any target. The target probably is, as I said before, is this one, but the effector here, this one which is at the bottom, is affecting upwards in its hierarchy. So this one here, this effector is not the effector, this is going to be literally the target. So they have, it seems, they have a wrong connection there. So I'm gonna put this as a target, gonna get rid of the actual target being the effector, and but that doesn't make sense as well. Okay, let's try again. The fun part is when I play around with the chain lengths here, sometimes over here there's one diplet. I'm gonna get rid of the target for just in case. So this one is now green. That means this is kinda anyhow affected, but it is doing it wrong. So these points here are literally working opposite. So I believe I need to create the effector Who is that? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so the target is the one over there. So this, let's try. Target might be my effector, so the one at the bottom. Now I go and increase chain size. There we go. So now I got these green dots going upwards. I don't know if the connection or the direction is going to be correct, but if I now move down, nothing works. But if I take target and put this one upwards, well, it doesn't really affect something, but we see a red dashed line there. So it's kind of connected, but it's not, it seems. If I move this one down, nothing works as well. So the red dashed line might be this way or the other way around. I believe it should be correct this way. And this effector now needs to be linked to the root, so or to the pelvis, whatever or whichever, or something similar. I just don't know if I need the influence of the pelvis being part of this connection. So maybe I'm gonna go one higher. Nope. Let's say this one is the target. That's actually wrong. I don't get it. I guess I need to press on reset here. If anywhere there's a reset button. Oh. I don't get it. Restore default pose. That's funny because, well, this is not default pose. So strange. I'm gonna get rid of the near factor again, just start all over. Hopefully I don't have too much weirdness here. So again, I wanna create a new chain solver which has an effector. So let's take a look. I'm gonna take a look again into the base of that CCD solver 2D for the arms. CCD probably is a forward kinematic one. But doesn't really look like it. But yeah, CCD should be the inverse kinematic, should be the correct one, the CCD solver here. So again, I try to fiddle out what to do first. So they say I need to create a CCD solver and need to create an effector. The effector should be at the lowest area. Like on an arm it is the fingertip. On a foot or on a leg it should be wherever this leg is. I would not put it here. Maybe I have to. No, I don't think so, because it would ruin the bottom setup. This one here should be my... This one bone should be my effector. Or I need to take this one here and bring it down to this position. That could be as well. So I create an empty. I can name this lower foot effector. Well, actually it's a lower foot target, it's not an effector. Now I move this here onto that position. And I need to make sure that I put this lower foot effector or target or whatever into the effector slot maybe. I need to define a 3 times chain length. Actually, because it's taking this one here into consideration, it seems at least as well. If I move that, nothing so far happens. Now I may need to create a target. Boop. Which is here. Ah. So now I guess I got the idea of that. So basically when we animate, we need to animate the target and it moves. Actually it seems to move over here. That's a bit weird. Well, because we need to do a walk cycle kinda. Well, it doesn't look really correct, I would say. What is that target be for? It looks wrong. It looks wrong direction actually. Because that really does not make sense to me. Who got this now? That's wrong. Or none. The target maybe needs something. So I can always find where it is. But, well, usually I should not need to move the effector this way. Because it could flick around and do weird things, so the target should always be... Well, I shouldn't maybe not move the target. I should actually use the low foot effector. Yeah, that looks way better, or way more correct. So the target should usually be in front of the knee. So maybe I need to do the setting the opposite way. So if that is a low foot effector, well, I can't do much. It's just going up and down, but that's nothing else. Because again, the target should usually be here, and the low foot effector, well, wherever that should be, I don't know. Maybe I need to do this the opposite way. like that the target or the effector is going to be like here, or I need to have another solver. Could happen as well. Maybe the fabric solver. But I'm gonna check the website pretty quick and see, maybe I've missed something for the target. Okay, that's pretty strange. So they basically tell yeah, to use it the way I do it. Like whenever I move this foot, well, the effector is correct at this point, and the target is at the same time. It's basically also at the bottom. So which makes it way heavier to act correctly. So I don't want to move the actual connection. I want to make it so that this piece here, when I move this one down, that the knees are automatically doing their thing. And maybe I'm gonna need to do something else with that. So I create a target just in case and just again. So it's already connected. Gonna move down pelvis. And now we can see what I wanted to see is actually the knees are automatically going down. But they're not doing it correct. The knees should, the target actually, this target here should not be there. Again, it should be somewhere in front. Well, usually like wherever the actual knee angle would be. So if I now would say, okay, go down with this body part or with the pelvis, that it does this automatically this way. So I'm gonna go and get rid of all of them again. Go and get rid of this foot effector again. Go again and try the opposite. Create a new CCD. I'm gonna make this one here now the effector, or whatever. Actually, yep, the effector. And define a chain length. This is the weird part. It goes only up ways. So this is actually the wrong setup completely. That doesn't make sense. So I'm gonna go and remove this component. Actually, I can get rid of the complete object again, get rid of the effector again. And now I'm gonna take the toe tip, because that's the most far away piece. I believe it's impossible, or actually not correct the way. But I need to go forward. I need to come to a point where I finish this work here. If that doesn't work right now, let's say in the next 10 minutes or so, I'm gonna skip this step and do everything by hand, even if that is way more work, because FK animation sucks, or it's not as easy. So, gonna make another empty. Gonna name it again effector. Gonna go and create a new solver here, CCD. the actual factor. Is the factor gonna increase now chain length, which could be up until pelvis, but I shouldn't probably involve pelvis. Now if I move pelvis, just for the sake of testing. Nope, wrong one. Nothing is happening. But I see the chain is actually going until the toe tip, which is okay-ish. Literally, if I would now move that, nothing works here as well because we don't have a target. Now I believe, or I hope, I can anyhow make a target based on, let's say, this bone here. If I put a target here, what's happening? Target. And let's assume I'm gonna tell the solver to use that one target I just created here. Nothing happens so far. This effector doesn't do anything as well. And this doesn't do anything as well. So I need to get rid of the target and let the solver create the target for me. Otherwise it probably doesn't work the way it should. Try again. Move down. Well, yeah, that's what I expected. That doesn't do what it should do. Because the target is on the toe tip, which is absolutely stupid. This cannot be animated in a good way. So I'm gonna do this by hand now because these solvers are just eating up too much time on my side. So I'm gonna do this by hand, which is horrible because it's not a flying object. She is like a standing object. Maybe I'm gonna figure out something for the foot. IK. Maybe last try I'm gonna take a look into another website and see if I can use a way better inverse kinematics here. Well, this one is just about mathematics and stuff, how to calculate them, which is not necessary in my case. So I believe the setup is just bad for my opinion. So I have just 2 bones. I guess I should not use the chain factor over there. Okay, so that's the last test I'm gonna do today, I believe. So, and try to get this running with a Lime solver. So basically, as I do, it has just a chain upwards scenario from here to here, which is okay. Then the effector should be at the bottom over there, and then everything should be like unaffected or whatever. I'm gonna test this out. So I'm not using the toe tip or anything else. I'm gonna use this one bone, the lower leg bone. Gonna create an empty and name this again. I don't know, right lower effector, and the target is the one which is driving the system, it seems, but I need to connect it to something, maybe to the root, so I get the auto something. But the cool thing about the Lime solver is I should be able to change direction, like flipping over there. Okay, so I have the right lower actually foot or leg effector. I need to put this here. Come on. Somewhere there. Now, I need to create this Lime solver, which is just limited to 2, automatically, to 2 bones. If that is the wrong one, then I need to put it in another bone. And I'm going to take the lower effector now and put this over there. It should automatically put the 2 bones here. So these are now highlighted. So this is the right basic thing. Now I need a target. It created the target here. So this is now driving the bone. As you can see, it now takes and does the correct thing over here. Can I just undo this movement? Yup. Now, if I take my pelvis here and move it down, now I get the stuff I want. I want the knee, as you can tell here, the knee to knee down with the pelvis. This is what we need. Awesome. So I need to do the same thing for the other foot, and I need to do the same thing for the stuff over here. So it's all driven by the same thing, and so it's squeezing and stuffing automatically based on the situation or the animation on the pelvis. I don't need to do much anything else. And if I do any movement later on, I don't move the bone. I need to animate the actual lower target. Like if I do a walk cycle, you can see I can simply do this. Awesomeness. That's what I want. So I'm going to do the same thing for the lower skirt, which is whichever bone. Actually, that's the lower skirt bone. So it needs another object. It's like the right side, right lower skirt effector. I'm gonna drag it downwards to the tip, like here. Now we need to add a new Lime solver. So these ones are not automatically, renamed. So this is like the right foot Lime solver. I'm gonna take care of the foot later on. And now I need to go to herself again. I can do the same, by the way, for the arms, but for that I need to chain something, so I can take literally one of the hand bones and then just move the hands anywhere, and everything else should follow up automatically. But not with a Lime solver. That needs to have a chain solver, and well, I guess probably I can do this by using an IK solver here and here as well, so I can play around with the hands separately by the fingers or something like that if I need to for some small rotations. So I add a new Lime solver here. It's going to be the right lower skirt. right skirt silver or lime silver. Finally, I got an idea at least. So I'm gonna take this effector here. It should go upwards automatically, and we can create a target, which is here. And if we now take this one here, this pelvis again, and move down, it takes literally everything, though skirt wise. We can also do this and that, but it takes all with it. We need to do the same thing for the other side as well, for the left foot. So it's literally acting the same way. So for this one, I'm gonna go and create a new empty. This is going to be the L lower effector. Gonna drag it downwards. I just need to check what it is. It is a foot, so should be here. Boop. Yeah, that looks correct. Gonna go for the new lime silver. I'm gonna rename this as the left. Well, actually left leg or left foot. Lime silver. And gonna put in the L lower effector in the transform and create a target. Now that should be okay as well. Now we need to take the same thing for the lower left skirt. So create an empty. Gonna name this one L lower skirt. Actually, it's also its effector. Gonna go again here and create a new lime silver for this. Lime. Rename this L skirt silver, lime silver, which needs the left lower skirt effector, I guess, like this. We need a target. Boop. And if I now move down the pelvis, something is missing. Oh, I forgot to move. Whoa. Forgot to move down the actual target. So let me empty this one pretty quick. The lower left skirt effector should be here at the tip. And then I can go and put the target again here, which is wrong. God damn it! No. We got IK silver working. Finally. Oh my god. Took quite some time now. So I can do the same now for anything else. For the head, I can put in a factor. These are the ones which I need to animate basically, and all the rotation on the foot and stuff I'm gonna do this by hand using FK rotation, nothing fancy. This is going to take quite some time today. Oh my goodness. So, this bone is going to be the lower right part bone here. So maybe I'm gonna put another target over there using a lime silver or something like that. So that actually this already works. I guess I could also animate this by using FK, just by rotating the bones like so and so. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna do this. So I just wanted to make sure that I have the possibility to animate effectors, like literally just these targets over there in the bottom. So I can do some idle by just going from the pelvis side, make it a simple idle. So it's good to learn more stuff over time. So I need an idle animation and I need a walk cycle. So I go and use the animator. The animator window has a right side cycle or idle already. So this idle animation we can double click, I guess, to open. No, we can't. Not a problem. We go to animation window. We select her first and window animation. Come on. Window animation. Now we can animate. Well, we need to do this in scene, so let's assume we make a breathing animation. So we don't need to add properties, we just record properties. So for example, meanwhile recording, I just go and let her knee down a bit, just by using the pelvis. Gonna Control C the pieces here and put it here. If I now play this, she's just, well, not this one, shouldn't do this in play mode, but you can see she's just idling there at this point. So she got the base of an idle animation already just by putting the pelvis up and down. Now we can give it a bit more of a movement, so don't forget to animate. Now we can say, okay, what do we want to do? What we want to do meanwhile she's going down. We may want to offset the arms a bit. Maybe I'm gonna do something to her hands as well, but she didn't had any key here. Actually, it's too much. We need to take all these keys, and at the very end we need to be there wherever we have been before. Hi, Jerry Berry or Jerber Luke. Yeah, I'm working today. So usually I do a lot of 3D stuff, as you probably know. But today, since I have a 2D artist on my side who's going to deliver 2D, I'm gonna make use of that, or we're gonna make use of that. So because that's her strengths, and we're gonna try to use her strengths as best as we can. So we're trying to implement some stuff like that. So I just finished the idle animation over here. So what I now need is the next one is going to be a walk cycle to walk into the scene to the actual positions, then switch between idle and movement, and hopefully get a good result. Or let's say an acceptable. So for the walk cycle, I just need to take the targets of the foot and as well as put some other animation things together. So I go again to Window, Animation, and I need to create a new one. So I need to go here and say Create New Clip. I'm gonna name this one. SW for Snow White. Walk right. Gonna save that. And so now I have the possibility to do some walk cycle, like slendering into position. For walk cycles, it's important to it needs to be a bit longer. So walk cycles in general do have some kind of swing-based movement. So if we automate stuff, a walk cycle is like that, seen from the pelvis point or from the pelvis in the center. So it's like an up down movement constantly, and at the same time we're gonna have like several steps to be fiddled out. So we're gonna have when the foot is like maybe like that, maybe not as much stretched like this, then we're gonna have some normal center point position. And then we're gonna have a backside position, something like that, from here to here. So, and the IK solver here is going to help us with correcting the knee bone, hopefully, automatically. So this is what I start with, and then the arms are just, just opposite. Like if the right foot goes forward, the right arm goes backwards, and vice versa. Maybe there's another one, which is probably some lift up here. So we go stretched, middle, back, and then lift up, and then we are back in this position. So basically a 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we go back here. There are several in-betweens, but since we don't use them in betweens because it would just overdo or overtake or would maybe take too much time here, I am gonna go with like 4 poses. So literally it's 5, since that one is going to be 5 again. So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we need to go back to 5. Otherwise it doesn't work. It needs to be a cycle, so it needs to be constantly in a constant speed, something like that. So to perform that, I start to output the walk cycle steps by just using the corresponding bones. Oh, and for the opposite, where's this one? For the opposite bone at the same time, or for the opposite leg, of course we're gonna have this stuff doing the opposite things for the left leg, for the other area. Well, that's what it should be. So we're gonna start with one leg first. Maybe that looks strange, I don't know. Maybe since it's 2D, maybe I have to fiddle around a bit with that stuff, but I'm gonna start with that. So first off, I start with the pelvis, so I know how far the movement can go. And I don't really take a look into the speed. Later on I can just scale speed stuff together. So based on the speed she's moving into the room, and then play the corresponding animation. and break it whenever she has to stand. Then I go back to idle and so forth. So whenever she moves, I'm gonna give a boolean or a something, hey, walk, until I say you are not walking anymore, so go back to idle. So to start with that, I would always start with the pelvis when there is an IK set up like this. So I'm gonna give her a bit like that. And copy this first keyframe, put it here, and then since we have 5 steps, we need to, I'm gonna do this over 2 seconds. So we have a start here, then we go move down, do the first step, move up, do the second step, first step, and so on. So this is the first key set has to be this last key set. Now I need to fiddle out which effector has to be moved. So we need to do one side first, right side or left side, basically doesn't matter. So at this point here, I need a position. So literally one of them positions. So when we got one knee down like this, one step is like that, where's the other foot? I guess, I'm gonna take another pen. I guess one is going to be in, well, this or this position. I guess in this position. Something. If we are here at this position, is that correct? And here we need literally that, I guess. So here needs to be this one. And here it should be the other one. Where's this? When this knee is in the front, where's this? Probably, I don't know. Good question. Where's this? I guess that could be this one. So when we are with this one here, maybe we have a straight one here, like so, instead of having this. But where is that? Gonna put this on my other screen side so I can work with that a bit easier and just test things out. So at one position I need to take a lower effector of the leg and the lower skirt effector. So I'm gonna literally take both at the same time and put them where I think they have to be. Well, think. If that is even possible, but it doesn't seem so. Because I don't want to take the effector. I want to take the solver targets, actually. That makes more sense. The effector should stay where it is. And I shouldn't animate it at all. So I need the... Who are you? You're the right foot lime solver. So we are the right foot lime solver target. Should rename it. Copy. Like so. So right foot and right skirt targets. Where can I put these? Well, she has a skirt, so it makes it makes it harder because sometimes I can look. Sometimes I can look through. And this position should be the first position then. So let's take the other two. Well, I cannot do this like real because of the knee and stuff going to look through. Oh, damn it. Sorry, please write English in the chat if you have any questions or anything, so I don't have to translate them. Okay, so by translating your request to put a walk cycle into my profile or a video about that, well, yeah, I probably will do, but currently I just don't have the time to do that, so since I'm still quite involved in this game jam. Gonna download pretty quickly some new data for cookies. So I can later on put them into the project. But now I need to implement the animator component, so any NPC needs to have an animator component connected to. So I'm going to put animator, anim, and at start I just grab, at start of the NPC I just grab the animator component first, so anim is equal to get component animator animator So whenever we do, or I do the movement to a goal, I'm gonna have to switch this and that things. I need to make sure that these animation transitions later on do have no exit time, so I can start and stop them whenever I want to or need to. And now I have 2 parameters at the moment. Probably later on I need more or less. So meanwhile I'm moving literally here. I'm not doing anything, but before I do so, I want to make sure that I start the animator. So I'm gonna say set animator.setBool, and I want to set two booleans using a string parameter instead of an ID. Parameter. I can use a name. So I'm gonna have 2 parameters, which I was setting up beforehand. I have a walk right and an idle right. I just need to know when this is coming, or which is going to be the correct one to be played. So probably I need to have a decision making something. So for the moment I just take walking right. Right, naming convention is king here. And I want to set this one to be true. And the other one is going to be the idle one, the idle right. Idle right, I guess with a small I, and make this false. Need to close here. Now I want to do the opposite, copy. Whenever I'm done moving, like after done moving to a point where I'm not moving anymore, I'm gonna reset this. So I say here false, and here true. This is only when I use the move to function. Let's see if that works. So, yeah, could work. Let's see. So this one character here, it's just doing its idle, nothing fancy, I guess. But meanwhile, these are idling. Oh, there's a null reference exception. And to what? NPC line 42. Which might be walking right is written maybe not correct. Walking right. But what is it? It is a null reference exception, so probably the animator controller is not accessible at start. So maybe I need to do it a bit faster. Void awake. Maybe that is the point where I need to get animator component. Because awake is starting before the start function. Maybe I need to use something else like on enable, but I don't think so. Idle right does not exist. Oh, okay. It has an uppercase letter here, so I'll make it a lowercase letter, as I've written that in code. Gonna save, press play again, see what's coming up. Okay, so these need to have no exit time. Same here. And try again. Maybe I need to let them move slower or make this move animation faster. Looks nice. Actually funny. So far so good. Gonna need to do the same thing later on for a second client, but for the moment Snow White is pretty much okay for that, I guess. She can just do one step. I don't know this tab. I don't need this tab. Close. So I can get rid of her. Let's see if there's some override to do. I just apply them all, just in case, and go and disable that, and see again how the scene now looks. Okay, so far so good. The artist is still working on the background as well as on the floor. Everything gets some shape right now, and all the characters, well, all the clients so far are okay, are kind of done yet. So what I now need to do is I need to implement the takeaway movements, so the clients can move away when they're done with whatever the order is. And also we need to get some feedback, as well as score or money or anything. And anytime we make a perfect order, where there are some issues I just figured out, is when I go full screen and I take an order, some of the buttons or let's say ingredients are hard to see. So currently these things here are just too small. I barely can see what the difference between the two is, for example, especially when they are like stretched and stuff like that. So if I take an order, I'm gonna take a look here. It's hard to see what these things could be. And so what I decided to do or will decide to do, I want to increase the size of them images over here, so they're easier to see. And same stuff later on for whatever I get from the artist, like if they are like glassy bottles or something, where these images are on top of, they need to be bigger, like better seen actually. So it doesn't matter where these things are. So this is the content we need to put in here. And probably I just need to scale them up here as well. So this is an issue I just figured out, meanwhile trying to figure the correct order I need to put in. And so I need to go into the ingredient slot prefab and resize it a bit. So 150 probably is a bit too small. Maybe I'm gonna make it 200. It should fit automatically in the bubble. So that's what I want to check out first. The rest should automatically fill based on the size. I also go and later on unhide and hide the actual bubble over there. Take an order. And now these are a bit bigger. So I believe that's a bit better, so I can see, okay, this is something brownish, but it's hard to see here on these areas or on these, let's say, buttons. So I will go and make them a bit bigger here as well. So important here is the anchors. So the scaling is going to go correct, let's say. Same here for the inner image. The anchor points need to be like there and there or somewhere like that. It doesn't need to be so precise. Later on the artist is going to give me just a single image with all of that. Well, that's what I hope. Or I get just a single bottle and I'm gonna put in or put on top of that, I'm gonna put the contents so far. So when I now scale this one up, the image inside is going to scale with it. Gonna make it like so. Probably that's a bit easier to see. The sources are easier to see over here, or easy enough to see. And now we can see, okay, there is something on it, which has a difference. Still quite small, maybe. Well, and yeah, but I need to wait until I get the corresponding things or the correct stuff here. Take an order. Now I can see, okay, I need this, I need that, which can be easily found or easier found right now, because we can compare these things with these things and these things with them. So now I can see that better, I guess. Need Choco, this, that, and this one. And now I should have a perfect order if I ding the bell. Pretty good. And now when I finish the order, I want to now take her like Snow White, and she has to go backwards a bit, or upwards in this case, in the y-axis. I'm gonna change the sprite order, like the render order in this layer. Pick a smaller number than 10 actually, like 9 or 2 or 5, whatever. And then I move her to the left, so she has to go out of the screen, and so I can get rid of her, because I don't need her anymore. Taking a look into the stats, everything runs pretty okay-ish. It's about 50 FPS over here. We have like 18 batches and just 8 draw calls in total, which is pretty cool. Maybe I'm gonna put in a small circle with a shadow on the bottom of the characters, so they're probably a bit, let's say, nicer to take a look at. Gonna check out how that looks. Maybe just make a black image from a circle and just go down with opacity, something like that. To do so, I just need to enable one of them characters again. Go closer. And like directly below here, I'm gonna make another object. Should be an image, but I believe it's better to use a sprite directly. So drag the sprite directly on one of them characters and see how it works. So go to textures. And in my prototype atlas, I got this one here, the circle. And I guess I'm gonna take this and make it part of it. I guess I have to get rid of the floor just visually in a scene, so I see the circle better. And in here I just go and scale this one top to bottom by using scale over whatever. And so I got a nice circle in the bottom, and I can even make this one smaller. I now can tint this one completely black and make it like semi-transparent, like that. And that should be it for a good looking shadow, I would say. I can also rename this if I want to. Can duplicate it and put it under Red Hat's a body as well. Gonna unhide or hide the Snow White first. And here I need to drag it down a bit because she has a different size as well and a different base position, which is slightly, it's more like here basically, but I guess this looks fine so far. So I need to override the prefab with this new shadow thing and then just deactivate her from scene. Same here, override, apply, override again, or just disable again. And now they should have shadows at the feet, and it looks more 3D-ish, I would say. But it's not rendered. This is because the order in layer is not correctly set for this prototype image. It has to be 9. So it has to be 9 because Snow White is a 10 in render layer, so both of them are render layer 10. This needs to be below it, so I have to put it in order in layer to 9. I just choose any random number basically, but I need to make sure that they are high enough and low enough depending on also background images and stuff like that. So we should also see this in here, that this is overlaying the floor but underlaying Snow White in here. So I need to do the same thing, the order and layer for the other character as well. Need to select prefab, override, apply all, unhide. Red Hat, go here, take 9, select the prefab, override, apply, and unhide her again. Save. And so now I should be able to see shadows on the floor, no matter if they are doing animations or not. It's just the simplest way to make any kind of type of shadow. Pretty good. So we got a bunch of red hats now. Also Snow White got her own shadow here. Pretty good. And so we see that they are just literally standing on the floor. And later on, if the floor is a bit more crisp and has a bit more, let's say, energy in it, then hopefully it looks a bit more intense, I would say. Also, I need some graphics for these pieces over here. Gonna tell her soon that she has to to create them. So need to do this twice. I'm gonna ring the bell. It tells me that the order has been false, so let's try again. I do this, 1, 2. Ring the bell, it tells me order false. So why is that? Let's say this, and this. Ring the bell, the order was okay. Gonna take this one again, so I'm gonna take this, and 2 times Shoko. I need to ring the bell. And it tells me the perfect order is false. Why is that? Well, I'm gonna think about this in a moment. I will be back in a moment as well. Good night, E-Roll. Thanks a lot for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this one, even if I'm not talking too much today, because, well, time is running fast and quickly out. The jam is soon over, I guess, in approximately 19 hours or something, or maybe 18. Something like that. So there's not much more time to integrate a bunch of more somethings. So what I now need to go and put in the rest of my order, as well as a timer for each character. So each character or each recipe, literally. So when there is like a small recipe, I'm gonna be able to probably perform this faster. Like if there are just like 3 or 4 ingredients, I might have like 3 seconds or 5 seconds time to put it together. If I'm too slow to press the buttons in the correct order, literally, then I get an error. Also, there was another issue with the first recipe, where I couldn't perform it correctly. I don't know why. So the simple chocolate cookie, it was like taking chocolate chips, which is actually wrong, absolutely. So I need to take, well, not chocolate chips, but Pearl's Choco. That's why I couldn't perform it. Pearl's Choco. Probably I should get rid of the ingredients I don't need anymore. So just take a look into if there's anything missing over there. It does look good right now. So I don't use the chocolate chips, of course, anymore. So I now should be able to perform the one with the pearls over here, with the chocolate pearls. So gonna take the order. That's a long one, which was working beforehand. So gonna do this. Oh, that's the wrong order. Never mind. It was false. Never mind. So this one here is an easy one. And this was a perfect. So that was pretty good so far. So same here. I can do this. And that was a perfect order as well. Pretty good. So the orders once again are working pretty nicely on my side. Now I need to get rid of the customers. So when a customer is done before I take a new order, I'm gonna have to bring him back. Also, when I take a new order before I continue this customer, then I get a bad score. I have to take a look into this as well. So I'm not quite sure how that could be performing over here. Well, this stream actually is almost 11 hours long, but I believe I'm gonna work at least 3 or 4 more hours to get all of the systems done and running. And also I need to integrate all the graphics, because my graphics girl, she has to do quite some more stuff now. And I just sent her a list about what she needs, or what I need to get created over here. So I'm gonna go and mute myself once again, because I have to do a bunch of more stuff to do and I need to concentrate and I cannot talk much by that. So I hope you still enjoy what you're seeing. If you have questions, feel free to ask in the chat, or anything else. Or if you have any, I don't know, requests, feel free to ask. I might be able to answer them if I see them, you know. Okay.